Hit my music.
And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine,
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, in some cases, people really were
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that stinky, itty, gritty, shitty Emerald City here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? Today's date is Friday, January 19th, in the year of our Lord, 2024. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to see you. Oh my God, sorry. I was eating these spicy chips and they got caught in my throat, and that juice just dripped down into my throat. Cause a little coughing spasm there. There's a downside to eating these types of foods. 1679 Smith W says Seattle, and he actually spelled it like cattle, like C and then addle. That is very creative. I like that. Just so happens that most of the people in this city are indeed cattle, or they're sheeple, they're cateeple. Christine Nunez says, ew, she's not a fan of those spicy chips. Happy Friday. Yes, happy Friday. It will be a great show. This is one of those times where we don't even have a guest. Like, we always have a guest on the show. It's something that we like to do. It's the guest is the main attraction. But we used to do a lot more shows with no guests. We just come on here. We talk about the news. We would shoot the shit, and we do a normal radio show. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why my camera's so blurry today. Sometimes you gotta like smack it around and it will readjust. There it goes. Cheap piece of shit. Cheap piece of shit made in China. I want to see the veins in my forehead. I don't want to see blurry shit. Dave Sarra says, not quite a sheep, not yet a lamb. That's what gets confusing, because they say Christ is the Lamb of God, yet they tell us all not to be sheep. that doesn't make sense. And then the Bible's full of all this stuff about shepherds, blah, blah, blah. And yet it's considered bad to be a sheep. I want to remind everybody to head over to endofdaysradio.com. You can get an updated guest list. You can donate to the show. Really need your donations, of course. And you can grab my email if you want to come on the show. Hit me up. If you want me to come on your show, hit me up. If you want to suggest a guest, if you want to complain, I'm seeing a lot of action on Spotify. I don't know if we just mushroomed on there or what, but like every day I'm seeing new comments. I guess there's some kind of Q&A thing you can do on there. And for years and years, we weren't even on Spotify. And Spotify was just getting big in the background. So I put us on Spotify, and next thing you know, it just like everybody's on fucking Spotify these days. Excuse my French. So I'm excited. I mean, the more fans, the better, right? You know, this isn't a show that you're gonna find on the mainstream anything. This is the underground. This is where you go when you're tired of all that fake shit and all the psyops and all the brainwashing and all the messages from the future. But we do have a full backstage. Let's see. I'm gonna assign everybody a number, and then I'm going to roll a dice. I don't have any actual dice. That's how unprepared I am. But I'm going to toss this imaginary dice. Whoosh. And let's go ahead and... Oh
shit.
Oh, shit. I saw you looking down. So I was like, grab him.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I guess tonight's broadcast is about the Antichrist.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I was just reviewing some shit on that. About how the New World Order, Illuminati, you know, they believe that they are the Antichrist spirit, you know, embodied through the initiations, you know, and that they are the Christ consciousness. The Christ consciousness is the Luciferian consciousness, and it is, you know, because Antichrist is not one person but many. It's a force.
Doesn't it say somewhere in the Bible that there are many antichrists?
Yeah, I can't find my Bible. Yeah, there's a it says antichrists plural. There's a large number of references to, you know, the star cult worshiping Astarte, and you know, them trying to make their god chief deity when, you know, there's like a huge thing about it. I mean, there's so much you know, I'm not even a religious person, but there's so much anti-Christian hatred going on, and fake Christianity, and like fake priests that are, you know, spouting all this bullshit, perverting the doctrine of the, you know, gospel, and like all this, you know, it's like the word gospel means it's like a good news. That's what it means. And that like you know, like all the Greeks or whatever, the people that were hanging out in the New Testament were like, they were seeing this dude do these miracles and shit, and they were like holy shit, we gotta write about this and tell everybody, and fucking you know, that's what the gospels are. And that's what and it's like the Vatican and the Council of Nicaea was like, oh, we only like these 4 or so, we're gonna cut the rest out, you know, fuck all the other ones, you know. And when they did that, they took like 75% of what Christianity was and threw it in the trash. And, you know, and then, I mean, they literally turned the Christian God into the Sol Invictus, sun god, which, you know, is just another antichrist. According to the Greek definition, it's anybody that wants to be like God, pretends to be God, you know.
Yeah, you know, one thing I find to be curious about the Council of Nicaea in that time period where they were picking certain gospels and books of the I know there was a lot of like Hebrew and Gnostic texts in there. There wasn't like a Bible per se, and they actually left quite a bit of stuff out, especially the Gnostic stuff and the actual Hebrew religion. It was not all included. It's like they literally just took what they wanted and kind of just threw out the rest, which I find offensive because you can get more of the story if you look into the actual Hebrew scriptures, or you look at
it was all in most of it was Greek, but the Mary gospel was taken out. That was the main one. You ever heard that one?
Not specifically. I know there was a gospel, not a gospel, but a book of the snake that was in the Garden of Eden.
That's interesting. Yeah, the occultist. It's like when I was on Jamie's show the other day, I was telling her about how Helena Blavatsky says in the Secret Doctrine book, I don't remember what page, but she says that the serpent in the Garden of Eden is God, is Satan, and that the I mean, that's the core belief of all the satanic stuff. They rest upon Genesis as like a starting point for their religion, where they think the creator God was an evil God, and that the Lucifer set them free through his agent Satan, or some believe Lucifer is Satan, which is what I believe, and that the that's what the whole the serpent in the garden of it showed the woman the what is that, the excuse me, it showed Eve the power or the knowledge of good and evil, but in the alchemical terms it was like the knowledge of creation. And that that's some of the occultists believe that's why the women give birth, is because the snake gave them the power to recreate, and that it was like it's a really interesting subject.
Dream Man in the chat asked, have you read that, the what was it called, the Book of Mary?
Well, I've got a copy of all the Dead Sea Scrolls. What do they call that? The Nag Hammadi library, which was found in like 1940 or something, 1920. You're familiar with that, I'm sure.
Yes, the Nag Hammadi library is based on the Nag Hammadi texts, which were excavated, I believe, in Egypt. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And it was excavated right by the Dead Sea, the caves of Qumran.
Is this in Egypt?
It's like it's in Israel, I'm pretty sure. Jordan, maybe.
I know that there were also things found in China. I believe one of the Book of Enochs was found in China, which is kind of crazy when you think about it.
Oh, that one Simcha, I can't pronounce it. Jacob Vici guy. He says that in that documentary about the 12 tribes, I think I told you about that fish thing, where in China he found this specific group in China of these people who were claiming to be like they weren't really claiming anything, but they were practicing Jewish customs, and that he went and brought like 6 species of fish and asked them which fish were okay for them to eat, and that they specifically only chose the kosher ones. Which is incredible. I mean, the random people in China just who are claiming that they're what is that word? They're like gypsies, basically. They travel. They don't really have a home. That's what the people were claiming, and that the rhetoric all fit with the with his research.
He's known for all his mocking tongue and been putting his name on people's soles of their feet since the 322nd day of 84. 6079 Smith, can you be more specific of what you're referring to? sounds interesting. I'm just not sure what you're
It's like
referring to.
I've got this theory about it's like, okay, so if we're followers of God, you know, then we go to the spirit world, we go to heaven when we die, right? But it's like according to the occultists, you know, they go to the sun and get reincarnated, and that you know, it's like they're stuck in this loop. It reminds me of that lady you had on a few weeks ago that was saying she didn't want to go in and out of the washing machine again. And it's
Was
like
that Kate Montana? Kate Montana?
yeah, well, it's like the occultists, they believe, you know, we're in hell right now. The material plane is hell, and that's why the Lucifer is the god of material plane.
Michael Smith 6079 Smith W says Michael, Prince of the Power of the Air Jordan. I used to wear Air Jordans.
Oh yeah,
Man.
Jordan's pretty cool.
Yeah, if you showed up at school wearing Air Jordans, I guarantee like some other kids would like get jealous and try to scuff up your shoes.
Yeah, I used to have some what is that, Deion Sanders shoes. Remember the red with the white stripes, like in the 90s.
Oh yeah, I remember they had Reebok pumps. You'd actually have to pump them up before you played basketball.
Yeah, I remember that. That was yeah. Then the BK British Knights.
But this topic of the Antichrist is fascinating because it goes so deep, and one of the reasons why I wanted to get into it on the program today is I've been doing a little research myself, and I found that the Muslim religion, you know, a lot of people write it off because, you know, and I feel this way too. Don't get me wrong, like the way they treat the women, you know, wiping the butt with one hand, and you know, just kind of being dicks here and there. But that's usually radical Muslims that are doing that. It's not your average person who believes in Islam that is being so extreme. Like I'd say probably most Muslim people are rather okay. You know, they believe in God.
Well, it's like,
but
it's like the plan's been laid out by Albert Pike to Mazzini. I mean, clear as day, and that we're seeing it going to fruition. And that it's like I was making these posts on Twitter where I was demonstrating how the Masonic red fez was the same as the Nazi fez, and that the fez goes back to Morocco, where it's like the Templar, the evil, the dark side of the Templars, which was controlled by the Hashashim or the assassins. They created Islam, and that the belief is that the god of Islam was the Dajjal, and that the in Morocco, in the city of Fez, before this incident, the Fezes were white, but then in the incident they killed 40,000 Christians in Fez, in that excuse me, and that the lore says that the streets were flooded with so much blood that they dipped their fezes in the blood, and that's why the fez is red to this day, you know. And like it's every Shriner wears a fez, you know, and some of them say Muslim and Islam right on them, and you know, these are white people. They're not, you know, it's a secret. It's like the outer core of the belief. Whereas it's like okay, Christianity was the pure gnosis of the person, and the pure, it was a secret society that was open and friendly, and that the dark side of it is a gnosis that's twisted, that, you know, it creates these initiates who are insane and creating darkness and evil, you know.
Martian Medicine Man, aka Al, where you at, man? You said you were gonna come on the show tonight and you were gonna blow all of our minds. I'm gonna give you the chance to say whatever the heck you want to say, and I see you in the chat. But where you at, man? Where you at? All right, Clint, I'm gonna come back to you in like a second. Hold that thought, buddy. Let's give Dave a chance to come. Whoa, those glasses! Dang.
Sup, dude?
What's up? What's cracking?
Not much, buddy. How you been?
Oh my god, that shirt back there. You still got that?
Fuck yeah, I got that. I think
I want to say Rory got that for me, or maybe TBA got that for me back in
Oh damn.
08.
2008. That's old school.
Yep, still got it. I still wear it when I get fucked by my man.
Whoa.
I wear it with no underwear on.
He's
No.
he's truly embraced the liberal art.
The liberal cucks. No, but real quick, this regarding Spotify, I don't know if you know this, but Spotify, you could put video on Spotify too now. So
No.
yeah, if you go to their podcast portal, there's a way to set it up. Like there's a way to apply for it, and it's very easy to get on it, and it helps. I mean, like you said, they have the polls, they have the Q&A, they have a call-in where you can call in and leave a message. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I got my Tower 7 shirt, and yesterday
Tower 7, what's that?
Tower 7, it's like
Is
it's a
that
9/11
9/11
reference. Yeah, but it's a 7-Eleven
damn.
shirt.
Subtle.
Yeah.
Subtle. I like that. Where are you getting this?
I got this from my Secret Santa. It's a Death Squad shirt. It's a Brian Redband Death Squad shirt. So shout out to them. But yeah, a lot of good stuff. Thanks. A lot of good stuff to bring up. My one of my co-hosts, Jimmy Kirk, knew that I was coming on the show about the Antichrist, and he gave me some like little tips here and there. Now I've got my own topics to bring up, and I don't want to jump to the show too quickly. But one topic that he did bring up regarding the Antichrist, a lot of it revolves around like social media. Like social media will like promote the Antichrist probably, right? Something like that. But he brought up something interesting, which was what hashtags do you think they'll use for the end of the world or the Antichrist? And so like I think so one of the hashtags he came up with was end of the world selfie, but I think end of days selfie is better.
I like that.
Dave's family's Armenian. They own a knockoff shirt printing press. That's right, Jimmy. That's right, Jimmy. Thank you for the thank you for the
I like
message.
that. We
Now,
got to work out some kind of deal.
Clint's rubbing off on me. I gotta clear my throat real quick. All right, much better. So, Daniel, everything well? I hope.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, as good as it can be in these awful troubled times we live in, where every day we lose a little bit more of our freedom, and every day we get a little bit more brainwashed and more vaccinated, and brother is set against brother, and I've lost a lot of family, and it's terrible. I feel awful, yet at the same time I'm excited because hey, this is the end times. Maybe we'll see some amazing things play out. We already have, okay, we're talking about the Antichrist tonight, which is a key component of end times. And one of the things I want to kind of mention tonight is a lot of people think this started in 2020. No. Shit got crazy in 2020. It actually started in the year 2000. That's when we started to see all the weird, crazy shit come down the pipe, like 9/11. That was 2001, I'm pretty sure. But and you know what? I have to give Clint credit because I think I actually got a little bit clued into this because of something he was saying, because he was mentioning like something about the year 2000 and the Golden Dawn and stuff like that. I think that was him. But so much great information passes through my ears on this program, and then I get off the show and I start like listening to shit and I start researching, and it's all just coming at me, and sometimes I forget where the source is. But I have to say I'm more excited about things than ever, and I want this show to kind of be a little bit different. I want it to be a little bit more, this is something I've been working on for about a year now, making it a little bit more current events as opposed to just this thing where we bring a guest on and pick their brain. I mean, I got to be honest, I'm a little bored with that format.
Nice, I like it. Well, when you brought up Antichrist and you sent me the text for this StreamYard thing, the first thing that came to my mind was aliens and UFO invasion and all that stuff. To me, that's the establishment's version. That's what the establishment wants you to. Oh, it looks like my video went on. That's what the establishment wants you to pour their Antichrist orange juice into. I don't know if it's. I don't know if the UFO thing. First of all, the UFO thing is a great cudgel to promote globalism. Am I wrong about that? Because what have we seen in the last 20, 30 years? Well, especially 20 years. We've seen this huge divide in the UFO community regarding, like, this is one of the things that all the UFO shills push, like Michio Kaku or Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like, they push this thing about aliens where we were not going to be accepted into this made up galactic senate from Star Wars.
We're not going to make the grade.
Because we're not a one world government. Hey, go fuck yourself. No, that's not what any of that means. That isn't that they make up these things. You're a type 1 civilization or a type 2 civilization. You use the galaxy. Type 3 civilization uses the solar system. Type 4 uses whatever. Like, that's all made up. Great. It's a great, like, robotics. It's sort of like the robot laws, like the laws for robots and AI or whatever. It's like that,
yeah.
But it's still made up. I mean, it's not like a real thing. And to think that they would like to think that an omnipotent being like an alien would care that we have territories or borders seems not only trite, but it also seems negligent in a way, because it's like, if they're supposed to be that all empowering and all knowing, then what, you think like, oh no, we can't let these savages in because they haven't elected a dictator for their globe. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I have to agree. And this whole thing about like being tied into the AI, like if an alien civilization is so advanced, haven't they figured out that AI just wants to kill them yet? Or maybe it already happened and the aliens have chips in their brains and they're not the real aliens? Or are they just holograms? Earlier today, I was on Reddit. Somebody posted a CIA document that basically says the CIA has already figured out that we are in a completely holographic reality. It's all fake. And they cracked the code. That's what they've been using all this black budget money to do. Their grand conclusion is everything's fucking fake.
Based as fuck. Dude, my favorite thing in the world, man, is to go to Lex Friedman's YouTube channel. Anytime he's got a theoretical physicist on or a cosmologist or somebody that talks about all the things that we don't know about. And what are they finding out? Holographic theory. All black holes are holograms. What does that mean, all black holes are a hologram? Well, when you see the black hole, you're not seeing the black hole. You're seeing an image of the black hole. And they seem to think that there's literally a plate. And also, we'll get into firewalls later, black hole firewalls, which is another wild thing that they even use the term firewall. But like, it's literally like you have, let's just say you have a black hole sitting, right? And it's spinning. And there is a difference between spinning and turning. I don't really remember what the difference is. And some black holes don't spin. But
well, a lot of the pictures, like I know what you're talking about. Like they say nobody's actually had a real picture of one. It's just something that we know exists because of the numbers that come up when we're looking at it. Yeah, and then they also say that the black hole is actually the center of a galaxy, and the reason why everything is spinning around it is because it's like a toilet. It's sucking everything down as it spins.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. So the theory is that so you know how your regular everyday hologram works. You have a plate, and then when you shine light through the bottom of the plate, it shows a 3D rendering of the object on the top, but only one angle of it. Let's just say there's more information. Let's just say, but theoretical physicists, cosmologists, they seem to think that there's literally a plate, a physical plate almost, that sits at the top of the black hole, that when the light projects through the black hole, we see the black hole and all the information swirling around in there. So you're not actually seeing, and now, for years we've had Einstein's theory of black holes, which is that matter gets sucked in and it never comes out. Well, now with Hawking radiation, we know that matter does get sucked. Matter does come out in the form of radiation. We don't know. We can't transcribe it. We don't know what the information is, but it can travel vast distances apparently, and it's the way they know that is because it's still entangled at a quantum level. How they know that, I don't fucking know. Now, I don't fucking know how they know that or how they come up with these theories. But quantum entanglement is something meaning like when two quantum systems are entangled, even at distances far apart, they're still entangled. This could be how information
one can be on one end of the universe, one can be at the other end of the universe. Yet when you do something to one, the other one does the same thing, which should be completely impossible. Yeah, Einstein used to think that great distance could limit the information being sent. And information apparently cannot be sent faster than speed of light unless there's some kind of quantum entanglement involved. But even then, it appears that it can't go faster than the speed of light. But now they're coming up with these things called black hole firewalls, which is like the black hole we used to think can suck up as much information as almost infinite amount of information. But we know that to not be true now. We know that, well, I guess scientists somehow know. I don't want to give them that much credence. I don't know how they know. But maybe they're getting a slow drip from the CIA. Like, all right, we're going to slowly drip this shit out. And we're going to use terms like firewall to start prepping the people to let them know, oh, you're actually in a simulation. But firewall is one of those things where, like, you can't put any more information into the black hole. It won't take it. It spits it back out. One thing I could see happening, like, that's a good point. I do think that there is something like that going on where we're kind of like slow dripped this, they call it predictive programming. And like my mind started racing when you said that. I started to think like, okay, what would happen to people if everybody thought they're living in a simulation? Is it possible that we all sort of start just acting like it's Grand Theft Auto, where we just like become criminals and we start to think there's no consequences to our actions, and we just like go to strip clubs all the time and hijack cars and shoot missile launchers? Forget GTA. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I apologize, but forget GTA. They're showing that on the news. They're saying anything less than $1,000 you're gonna get away with. Yeah, that's a good point. And it doesn't have to be GTA. Seattle, you see that stuff left and right. People are not like these protesters that were blocking the freeway. None of them are being held accountable for any of this bullshit that they're pulling on us. All right, Dave, we will get back to you in a moment. Looks like we got Dr. Robert. Is he there?
What's up, man? How are you?
Doing good. Good to hear you.
Good to hear you, man. Just over here getting high and listening to some good discussion, man, and tripping off you and Dave. That was some good shit.
Yeah. What are you doing? A blunt, a pipe, a bong?
I smoke out of pipes, man, because I believe like blunts, that's a waste of weed, especially when you by yourself. So I just crumb up a little weed, put it in the pipe and hit it, right?
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that last week. I think it was last week, where blunts alone just don't work because it just sits there and burns in your fingers. Like you have to have like at least 5 people for it to be worth the weed that you're stuffing in there.
And then I think because it's wrapped in like this, tobacco leaf, basically, you start chain smoking that shit because it's like, you get addicted to the blunt because the tobacco content that you're exposed to with the blunt. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, and some people like it because it kind of gives you an additional little. So Christine Nunez is asking, is Dr. Robert growing his own cannabis? I believe that'd be illegal.
Not in California, it's not. You can grow. It's limited, but you can grow. Yeah. My brother's a big grower. I'm trying to. You want to hear something funny?
Sure.
Okay. So I had a professor who grows, right? And he gave me like a lot of weed. Like, I mean, fucking like, like the big ice sandwich bags where you put like ice in them, like the freezer ones, not the sandwich bags.
I use those to marinate my chicken.
Yeah, those bags. Like he gave me like 4 bags full of fucking marijuana, seedy marijuana, because he grows it himself, right?
You got seeds in there. I'd be picking the seeds out.
That's what I
Which
did.
is probably what
Got
you're
a
about
whole
to say.
jar full of motherfucking seeds, right?
Oh.
But you know, you can't always remove all the seeds, right? So like sometimes I'm outside and I'm packing my pipe, I just throw them in the yard, right?
Yeah.
So I'm hoping some would grow in the backyard, right? So I'm throwing them in the backyard, right? Nothing, right? I go outside and you know, like the part, I don't know how it is in Seattle, right? But like where we live at, right? Like you have sidewalks, right? And then the grass on the sidewalk, like the sidewalk further from your house, like the side further from your house, it belongs to the city, right? So I threw some seeds out there. I looked out there when they do, and it was a marijuana plant growing on city property.
I love that. You're like
all
Johnny
by itself,
Appleseed.
dude. And I told the neighbor who smokes weed and grows, right? You know, the motherfucker came over and dug it out by the root. And
He's like, I'm gonna take this back and smoke these leaves.
Oh man, it was a straight marijuana plant. I'm like, none grew in the backyard, dude, and it pissed me off. But one just so happened, just like sperm, you know what I'm saying? You know, you compete with billions of sperm, right? You get to the egg, just like sperm, man. One little plant survived in the oddest motherfucking place, dude. The one place I didn't want it to grow at.
Well,
when I
was really into like weed, you know, I was like a scientist or expert about this stuff at one point. I mean, maybe not now, but I found out about this strain. You plant it, and it literally grows to the size of a tree. Like it takes a while.
You know what? I'm just for real. I'm looking at this person's comment right there. You are so right, man. Back in the day, man, George Washington, everything was fucking made out of hemp.
Yep.
Bags, papers. You know, actually, man, weed is the miracle plant, man. You can do so much shit with weed, make so much shit with weed. Bags, clothes.
It's all like super strong too. Like you can make shirts that just never fall apart. Rope that will never break.
Yeah, man.
And then another thing about it, literally got this from the book Emperor Wears No Clothes, is if you're in a depleted area like the Dust Bowl of America that was over farmed, the weed, because its roots shoot so deep, it'll carry nutrients from deep down beneath the soil up into the topsoil, and it'll actually reinvigorate it, so we could get our farmland back if we just planted it all over the country.
And you know, yeah, exactly. And the only reason why they don't like us smoking pot is because it makes us too introspective and we start to question authority. That's why they really don't like motherfuckers smoking pot. That's why they kept away from us for so long, because it kept giving us bright ideas. You know, you ever see like Friday smoking? The weed help you see where evil's lurking. That shit's real.
My theory on that is that when you smoke it, it does something to your other dimensional self, like it loosens up your etheric body or something like that, where you are able to think in a more spiritual context. It's kind of the opposite of this stuff Rudolf Steiner was saying about how, you know, that word I cannot use on the program can actually
I know what you're talking about.
It's like the opposite of that. The weed kind of like opens up your third eye a little bit. That's another way of looking at it. And it actually helps you perceive like that extra dimension to things you normally cannot see.
Yeah, it definitely slows your mind down. Like I actually feel like weed grounds me more. Like it slows me down a little bit because I can think too fast, man. Like in being like rooted in philosophy, man. Like I can think myself out of existence. I've done that shit before. I literally just like thought myself out of existence, dude. Like you gotta be careful. But Antichrist, man. So we're talking about the Antichrist, right?
Yeah, and we don't have to talk about that. Like Al, aka Martian Medicine Man, is kind of bitching in the chat, but he's complaining that I'm not living up to my promise to talk about the Antichrist. But he promised me he was going to come on this show and have a lot to talk about. And so far, I have not seen him in the backstage.
And I like him too. What about the Nietzschean view of the Antichrist? Have you ever considered that?
I know what it is. Very little about that. Refresh my memory.
Because Nietzsche kind of thinks that like Christianity is itself the Antichrist, because it has removed man so far away from his natural instincts that it has made us sick in a sense. Because Nietzsche was actually before Freud, man. Like Nietzsche, like his analysis of human psychology was super advanced, man. Like he was like a philosopher / psychologist. In fact, Freud is on record as saying that Nietzsche beat him to the punch. But Nietzsche talks about how, like, you know, like the humble, the meek should inherit the earth and stuff like that. Like it discourages man from trying to reach, you know, higher than itself. Right? It takes the meaning and the life out of
wasn't
existence.
Nietzsche all about like will to power and overcoming others?
Yeah, because he believed that, like, you know, it's kind of like they're probably called like pseudo-Darwinistic in a sense, because he believed like existence is about the survival of the fittest. Like it just goes, because like when you understand real Darwinism, right? When they talk about the survival of the fittest, they're not talking about who's physically strong, because you can be physically strong and impotent. Being a survival of the fittest means being able to get pussy and make a baby.
Oh,
that's what survival of the fittest is all about. Like gene survival, basically.
Yeah.
Right. So like you can be the
wants
strongest man in the world.
Octopus wants octopus pussy.
Yeah, you could be the strongest man. Weak people get their genes passed on all the time. You could be the strongest man in the world, going out
Dr.
to hunt,
Robert?
bringing out the food, and then
Dr.
you have
Robert,
the one. Huh?
There's a word for that. There's a word for that. It's called the dork or nerd factor, where instead of the most prime example, and I don't believe in this, don't get me wrong, people, but instead of the prime examples or the best specimens mating with each other like you usually see in the wild, a lot of times with humans, you have nerds hooking up, people that would not be able to impress the opposite sex for whatever reason, but because they want to have like a relationship and have a baby, they're hooking up with each other. So they're passing on bad vision, they're passing on dwarfism, they're
actually getting with the fine girls, especially when you got like the Bill Gates and shit like that. But it's not about, it's like just being able to, like, because I mean, like with girls, man, it's not really looks, man, it's words, you know, and being loyal and committed, you know, and they can trust that you won't leave them. Because see, when you understand evolution, right? Because like you got to visualize humanity like when we first started out, right, to really understand evolution, right? So when we first started out, right, it was hard to survive in this bitch, right? So if you were a woman and you got pregnant, you were completely and utterly dependent on your man for like food and everything, right?
Yes, and that is why women look for your S and R value, which stands for survival and replication. I got that from reading the book The Game by Neil Strauss.
Yeah. But it's just basically, man, that like, you know, like, so on an evolutionary standpoint, right? It's that particular situation. Then you have what Nietzsche calls sublimation, right? So then based on these situations, right? These situations inspire culture and inspire the way we interact with one another, right? So that's why you have certain roles for male and females. It's not because of sexism, it's because of biology, and it just sort of worked out that way. As it became more consistent in human life, and we as human beings begin to reflect upon it, right? And we started asking questions like, what is marriage? Or what should marriage look like, right? That's when marriage started to get corrupted. Because at one point, the more you begin to abstract things, the more people begin to mistake the language for the actual reality of the thing, right? So it wasn't that, man, we're being sexist, right? And imposes on, this is something biology imposed on you. Because in order for you to survive when we first started off, you needed to have a man by your side, because if you got pregnant, you know, and because being pregnant, one, it's a parasitic symbiont relationship, right? So you have like a baby who's basically not giving you any nutrients and taking everything from you, right? So you have to eat more, right? Then you can't walk as much because you got to rest. You're gaining weight. You're heavier. You get where I'm coming from? You're getting tired. You're having certain cravings. So you need a man to be able to go out there and satisfy your desires and bring the things back you need and for your child to survive. Over time,
I think like when you get into the, like, you know, this show 90 Day Fiance, where you got all these gold diggers on there. Well, the problem with that is like what you're talking about, Dr. Robert, is basically a natural thing, just like going overboard and becoming the main thing. Whereas before, when a woman or a certain woman just wanted to be taken care of and feed her baby, it's exaggerated to the point where, no, I want a new car, I want a fancy pillow, I want this, I want that, everything needs to be upgraded.
Oh yeah. That's because of the corruption, right? Because as human beings, right, we take more than what we need, right? And that's the whole socialist argument, basically, right? You know, like, we didn't ask to be here, right?
Yes.
So when you hear people, are you familiar with the study of ontology?
No.
Like philosophy, you have like epistemology, that's the study of knowledge. You know, you have so then you have ontology, you know, and I'm with on because these are like basic philosophy, but ontology basically, and you have like that's the study of being, right? So Heidegger was an ontologist, like he studied being, like what does it mean to be human in these type of things, right?
Sure.
So when you're talking about like human beings, right? Like what does it mean to be a human being, right? And just basically like we just basically evolve, right? And we kind of play and learn things by ear, but it's this biology that's kind of directing us, right? So I got off topic a little bit. So when we talk about ontology, right? So like when you have somebody talk about, I deserve 5 houses because I worked hard, you know what I mean? Or this belongs to me, right? Or I have this because I'm white. It's a bizarre ontology. You're kind of arguing like you're arguing like a smaller version of the manifest destiny argument.
Yeah, like what you're saying is like, okay, like some of these women, they believe that they deserve a big house, even though they've literally done nothing at all to earn it. They don't work, they're not educated. Yet in their mind, they deserve a man that's over 6'4" and makes $200,000 a year and will buy them everything. And they literally believe that they deserve that.
Is that in that corrupt? See, and what that does? That corrupts the institution of what? It corrupts the institution of marriage, right?
Yeah.
Because you have people manipulating this spiritual arrangement that was created by human beings and exploiting it for their own personal gain and ends. And then the more you have people doing that, right, the more and more you see a disintegration in society. And then we start to move further and further and further away from God and further away from these religious principles. But the reason why Nietzsche says that is because Christianity is too engaged in suppressing our natural instincts, right? And he said they should have did things like the Hindus did, right? Instead of demonizing sex, they should have spiritualized it. That's why sex, when you get into tantric and stuff like, there's aspects of sex that is a serious yogic practice. That's because they didn't demonize it, they spiritualized it. So
you're talking about like the tantric stuff and the
and all that shit. Yeah. So they're not looking at sex bad. They're viewing sex as between a man and woman who loves one another, right? And feels deeply connected. In that act, right? You can experience the entire power of the creative force of the universe, right? Because basically, like when you're engaged in sex, right, it's two polar opposites of God joining together again, and in that joining together again, you're able to create, right?
Yes.
Another human being, right? So it's male and female. Those things that in our society are opposed to one another now and fighting one another and going at one another's throats, in that act, you're completely merged and you're in harmony, and something beautiful occurs. You have beautiful feelings, you get more and more attached, you feel love, that love can inspire you. But then you have a certain group of people who have lost touch with that spiritualization and they corrupt it for their own selfish ends. And they end up hurting people. And the more you hurt people and distort their spiritual perception, the more difficult you make it for other people to make contact with its original spiritual intent. Because now you have people bad-mouthing the institution of marriage because of these bad apples. Had a wife cheated on me, she married me just for the money. She was giving all my money to the young man, or vice versa. It could be a woman saying the same thing. Or a man who cheats on his woman with a lot of women and isn't totally committed. And that's because we haven't completely spiritualized it and taught people to to show sex reverence, not to tell them it's bad, but to tell them it's a sacred energy exchange. That is a
Isn't it
serious
interesting
spiritual
that
act.
isn't it interesting that in India, where India is probably considered the most spiritual country, and that's why they have a lot of this tantric stuff. It's also possibly the oldest culture or the oldest major culture that we have going right now. But isn't it interesting that they still have arranged marriage in that country?
But there's a reason for that. You know what I mean? Because like, should you make any major decision when you're in the throes of passion, where you're angry, sad, or passionate? Like, you know how many bad mistakes people make when they make decisions when they're in high emotional states?
Sure.
So that's what the pairing is basically. The pairing is just basically like they become serious. See, the West got people looking at that shit bad. You become like a surrogate critical. It's the same reason why we have a jury system, right? Because actually justice is actually nothing more than rational revenge, basically. So you have a group of people that are ensuring, right, that the punishment doesn't go beyond what the person actually did. It's a rational and fair punishment, right? And then you want to make sure that your mind is clear enough that you're actually attacking or punishing the right person, right?
Yeah.
That's why we have the juries. I'm telling you, man, it comes from the Greek play, the Orsteia, right? In the Orsteia, basically, you have Orsteia, right? That's Agamemnon's son, right? Agamemnon just comes from Troy, right? And his wife is still upset that he sacrificed his daughter in order to go into the Trojan War, right? So she hatches some plot and she ends up killing him, right? Under natural law, right? It was your actual moral duty to avenge the death of your loved ones, right? If you did not, you would experience what they call the wrath of the Furies, right?
Sure.
So according to this play, right, into this particular dynamic, right, the Furies demanded that he kill his own mother because his mother, I guess she plotted with somebody else, killed his father, right? He didn't want to do it. He said
that sounds like Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, it's a lot of shit like that. Oh man, all this shit is just remakes of other shit, dude. All that shit, like even when you get to Bertrand Russell, they talk about how like.
All right, hold that thought, Dr. Robert. We'll get back to you in a moment. Let us get to, let's see here. Let's go back to Clint. Let's see if he's still present in the flesh. There he is. He's looking down.
Yo, what's up?
Showing us his Cleveland Indian hat. He's still going old school.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bone Thugs used to wear all Cleveland gear. But see, this book, people say it's not a real book, right? But see, this book is a real book. And this one right here is it's about how those priests got that, how they found a copy of the Necronomicon. And it says right there, it's a newspaper clipping of one of the priests that was found dead, and that it also has some kind of damn it, what is this about? It's some kind of military type document that damn it, I forget what it. I think it's talking about JFK, because the people in the book claim to have became some kind of Orthodox priest. They took their college money and they faked it, and they made a church and they started making buku bucks, and they were so high up that they were at JFK's funeral, and they were some of the priests that were part of the service. See, right here, Byzantine priests held in Yale rare book thefts. This is part of the inside of the book, and it's talking about how they stole the Necronomicon and
I've read I don't know which one that is. I believe that's his Simon Necronomicon, right? That first book that you held up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. My friend let me borrow this one, but see, then it goes on in the book, and it that's one of their depictions of, what they claim to have witnessed, or, but if you notice on
big ass head.
we'll look on his shirt, it's got the Necronomicon symbol, which is a sigil of the, I'm pretty sure it's Azazel or one of them. But then see, this is where it gets crazy, is because I've told you about the ancient goddess worship of Astarte and how it's linked to the Old Testament, or the book of Revelations, and fucking what it is. Well, right here they're showing a stele, and this stele contains the symbols of the star Sirius, the bull, the moon, and that see right here, and this is what it has to do with, is Astaroth, and fucking see the Stell cult. See, it's like in the story, the owl turns into a bull. The owl of Isis, eventually becomes like Hathor. And that, it's like in that True Blood show, they showed the lady who was an owl who then became a bull. In the episode where there was the orgies and the fucking the cult. Do you remember that episode?
You're talking about True Blood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the goddess. It started with an M. I can't remember what her name was, but it was frustrating as hell watching that, because there was like no way to kill her.
Yeah, what's crazy is that whoever wrote that show knew about the mythos of the owl becoming the Dionysus, the bull, and that. But what's really crazy is that this, this is one of
the fact that they knew about the whole fairy and vampire thing, which nobody should know about unless they're a very deep researcher.
Well, yeah, that whole half fairy blood. That's a very interesting subject, considering the Scottish and Irish and how they were persecuted by the Roman Empire and claimed to have had fairy blood or elf blood in them. I've been lied to this entire time. Oh no.
Christine Nunya has an interesting take. She seems to feel that like anything written before 1800 is like a mind control book or something. I'd be interested to hear the theory there, like why she thinks all old texts or sacred texts are fake.
Well, there's proof that they're fake with the archaeology. This is crazy because I loaned my stepdad my copy of Behold a Pale Horse, which didn't have a cover or a back. It was ripped off. And he brings this back, which is signed.
Oh, nice.
I don't even know where the hell he got that. That's crazy. That's some crazy synchronicity.
There's a couple times I got books from used bookstores and I popped them open and it's like signed by the author. That's like the most badass thing that you could accidentally buy, a book with an author's signature in it.
Yeah, it's like see, here's a reference where I was damn it, where'd it go? They shall drink. Oh fuck, I lost the page. Damn it, there's a reference in Revelations about how they drink from the wine of the fornications, and that yeah, here it is. And there followed another angel, and this is talking about the demon goddess. Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she made all the nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornications. You see? Whoa. And that, this is the new, just a standard New Testament, and where's that other pages? It says, you will know her name, Mystery Babylon, will be written on her forehead. And that, the Mystery Babylon series goes over the religion of this Babylonian religion of this goddess that is still worshipped to this day. This goddess that was the sister, mother, wife of Osiris. And that, that's the name of the tune. That's their religion. And Osiris is Apollo. Osiris is Lucifer. You know, that's their religion. It's a very and that they embody this force of the deity through their initiations into the secret society. They believe that they are the seething force of Lucifer, in the words of Manly P. Hall. Or, you know, it's like they've abandoned, you know, it's just crazy. I mean, William Cooper documents all of it, and you know, he was murdered over his research, you know, in the long run. I mean, you know,
yeah, not long after he revealed the upcoming 9/11 event, he was murdered, I believe, in his own home.
Yeah, it was like 2 months or so.
Yeah, it was just like a couple months afterwards. And as the intro to this show, we used to play that part where he was talking about how Osama bin Laden is like fake, and not that he's fake, you know, he's like an agent or something.
Oh yes, yeah, the acronym agency.
Yeah, like, I mean, we didn't play this part, but one thing he talked about was how stupid it was, the idea that this guy is like in a cave and he's plotting this major like terrorist attack. Like a guy in a freaking cave is outsmarting all of
and
our
how
CIA.
the news reporter that they got. Okay, so the largest, Wayne Cooper says, the biggest military in the world with the biggest budget in the world, in the entire history of the world, can't find Osama bin Laden, but some rinky-dink news reporter with a, you know, some guy with a camera finds Osama bin Laden in a cave. You know, it's bull. It's not, you know, it's not reality. That's somehow they faked it.
Some,
you know,
freaking reporter finds him in a cave somewhere. Like,
yeah, there's
so
no way.
stupid.
It's impossible. Like, you know, they're just sitting there. I mean, there's so many times they've made false news on where, you know, like, you remember in the early 90s, there was this, they did a thing where they were hating on Chevy trucks, and they had a car hit the truck, and that they put an explosive on the truck on the news to make the Chevy truck explode. And then they claimed Chevy trucks were, you know, faulty, you know, and that, but then they were found out, and then they admitted, you know, oh, we made the truck explode, you know, that the gas tank wasn't really that faulty. And, you know, that's a really small example, I mean, of the deception, you know, because these people are reading off scripts. They're not, you know, when Osama bin Laden was supposedly killed, that was the second time they reported his death. You know, and then they claimed it was on May 1st, and, you know, and then they buried him at sea to get rid of his body because it probably wasn't him. You know, and May 1st
exactly. And they were saying, like, even before they ever supposedly stormed in there and blew him away, that he was probably dead anyway because he was on a kidney dialysis machine. There was all this, like, I guess you could call it obscurity surrounding his you know, him still being in some caves over there in Afghanistan or something like that. And then suddenly, conveniently, they announce he's dead, and they have this ceremony where they dump his body into the water. Like, I knew at the time, like, I wasn't even as woke as I am now. I was like, fake, psyop.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you've seen Loose Change, I'm sure. Loose Change.
Yeah.
They show how, you know, all the flights in the U.S. were canceled except for the bin Laden family. They were able to fly on 9/11 when no one else was. And that, you know, there was a dialysis place where the whole place shut down. New people came in, and they gave Osama bin Laden dialysis at a United States, at a United States embassy. And that there was a number of different anomalies which proved that he was being protected. You know, that he was some sort of double agent, or possibly, you know, and that the fact that
was it called SEAL Team 6? Were those the guys that went in there? SEAL Team 6. Do I have that right, or is that a video game?
Maybe. I mean, it sounds like
I remember not long after it happened, like, I think most of them died, and because they were all on a helicopter together for some reason, and most of them died from that helicopter being attacked and it crashing. So most of the guys that witnessed him getting killed, after they dump his body immediately in the ocean, most of the guys involved get killed. It sounds like the JFK assassination.
Yeah, that's what happened with all the key witnesses, the JFK thing. Same with a number of other events where the people were just offed, and that I'm not even going to name any names, but like I'm sure you could name any name and probably guess what I'm thinking, because there's
you've seen the original. I mean, I'm sure there are a bunch of them. I don't know, but the original JFK assassination movie that I think it was from the 70s, the one where at the end, when they do the credits, they show all the people associated with the case or with the event that had died since, and they're just scrolling all these names, and there's like hundreds of them.
Yeah. I mean, William Cooper goes into detail about that extensively. I mean, he says, the window on the building that the guy supposedly shot out of was the only square window on the side of a building, which the square is a symbol of the Mason, and that the Dealey Plaza was the Sun Plaza, which had a dissected circle that was put into three, and that by one of the spots there was an obelisk that was in 14 pieces for Osiris, and that with the eternal flame, and that William Cooper says that the day that it happened, that the sun was exactly perpendicular to the Dealey Plaza. It wasn't high noon, but it was the sun was at high noon, like in measurement, and that he believed it was a sun sacrifice, that like in ancient Egypt, the sacrificed king, they would bring this person to power, and then they would give him all the power in the world and then sacrifice him. It's an interesting subject.
Yeah, highly. Clint, you were offline. You were mentioning that William Cooper said some things about the Antichrist. Could you share some of like what he said about the Antichrist?
Oh, I mean, in the research of all these different that Leadbeater guy and all these other occultists, he quotes them in that they believe that they are the Antichrist. And in Christian terms, they believe that Jesus is Lucifer, that through the initiations they embody the spirit, and that they are God, and that they have the power over humanity to guide humanity in the way that it sees fit. And that the secret religion is, it's no joke. It's if it's I mean, I guess I'll find the quote later, but it's,
and by secret religion they mean what we've been kind of talking about,
mystery Babylon,
paganism, the occult, the gods.
It's literally mystery Babylon. It is the Babylonian religion, which you read the Two Babylons by Alexander Hislop. The Catholic Church practices in the open view of the public the Babylonian religion, and that the secret society, which are helping the Roman Empire, they are also it's a Babylonian mythos. They practice Mithraism, but the Babylon word is a different. It's like Hollywood has. There's a measurement. Okay, so Scott Onslaught documents that the Babylonian archway in Hollywood is exactly like 6,666 meters or kilometers from the original gate in Babylon, and that it's on the exact same longitude or latitude, and that it's I'm pretty sure it's at the end of like Route 66 or something, and there's some address at the end of Route 66 which is 666 that the Scott Onslaught guy documents, and there's so many number things that Scott Onslaught guy, he has the documentary Hidden in Plain Sight. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
No, but it does make me think of last week when we had John Kerwin on here, and he was kind of showing that the Bible code and all the numerical associations that can be found. I mean, basically what these people are doing they're tapping into something that is probably, you know, it's not good or evil. It's just it's there, but they are using it for their own evil purposes.
It's I mean, it's definitely evil. It's here's the verse, chapter 17, number 5. And upon her forehead was the name written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. You know, and that this they were talking about the serious goddess, you know, and the, you know, it's like you know, they said the people were drinking from the cup of abominations, you know. It's really hard to describe, but it's like you know,
it's like what they're doing nowadays with the adrenochrome and the pedophilia and all of that. Like that's an abomination. Freaking
yeah, it's like the
children.
Yeah, like how the Illuminati were said to have indulged in all the fruits of the world, you know, like drinking tons of alcohol, banging chicks, you know, abusing food, you know, like
yeah,
they were all gluttons, you know, because they thought this is all there was, and that they were a god and they were going to consume everything that they could possibly consume, and that's why they have such giant fortunes and why they want such control.
Well, you know, something's weird like about the flood too, because before the flood, humans, you know, like some of these lifespans in the Bible are hundreds of years, and there's even like the Sumerian kings list where it shows certain kings living thousands of years. And then after the flood, okay, now we're just going to live about 80 years max. And it's like it's just cut in half. Like you literally see when people start to have much shorter lifespans, it's as if this was done on purpose, maybe using technology or DNA modification, but these people hidden away, they still have the long lifespans. They're still living hundreds of years because they're drinking blood or they're doing something like that. I'm not going to pretend like I fully understand it, but I think I'm onto something here.
Well, it's like the alchemists believe that there was an elixir of life and that Jesus had the elixir and that's how he raised John or Lazarus from the dead. And like, but you know, it's like there may have been people that lived possibly that long. I mean, what's weird is, you know, on the full, what is it? I'm not sure what you'd call it. Like, the Christian scientific community, they believe, because I look at all arguments and I try to look at everybody's argument. Their argument was that there was a frozen layer of water, some sort of water that was frozen in the atmosphere, and that it was blocking the UV rays and making it so like they believed that the dinosaurs were also, you know, like aged that old, like you know, like a dinosaur that was 500 years old type of thing, and it was some kind of giant lizard, or you know, it's a weird belief that they have, but it's interesting that they would.
Well, there are turtles that live over 200 years, and I believe there's certain whales that can go over 200 years as well. I think there's a particular well in the North Pole that's like 200 or 300 years old. I mean, that kind of blows my mind. It's like, what are we doing to ourselves? Is this manufactured, like the toxicity and pollution? Maybe it's harmful radiation. It's got to be something like that.
It's like the occultists. It's like they're operating on insanity. They're using black magic. In black magic, you don't just destroy one thing. You destroy everything, even yourself, even where you live. You know, they don't care about anything. That's why China has the unlimited power to pollute as much as they want by the UN, because the UN is the Illuminati.
People in China, they still have like fireplaces and there's just smoke pluming out of everybody's homes, and it's so thick with smoke. Like, I don't know if it's still like this in this moment, but the sky is completely black. That's crazy.
Well, it's like the Chinese people are suffering. They're victims of communism. They're all poor and enslaved, and they're living off like $1,200 a year. And like, you know, China Uncensored documents it fully, where the Chinese people are absolutely miserable and they're suffering and they're victims of this Illuminati world government, and, you know, the socialism and the communism and the fake, you know, the democracy, where, you know, it's like democracy killed Socrates. They didn't like what Socrates said, so they all voted and killed him. The KKK used democracy to vote and hang black people. That's why democracy is bad. And all these people think it's good. And, if you look in the Constitution or Declaration of Independence, nowhere do you see the word democracy. There is not the word democracy in the operating system of our country that was written down in lawyer terms.
Democracy.
What is that?
I said it's democracy, like democracy. Democracy.
Yeah. Well, I say demo crazy.
They're all in hell. Yeah, vote for Satan. He's a great leader for his 55th term.
It's like the Illuminists created democracy. It's like that's why Democrats in the 1800s were all pro-slavery. And there's this misconception that it was the other way around, and it's like these people that were owning the slave business, they found new ways to create slavery with the prison system and the people working for $1 an hour, and even us were slaves to the communist Illuminati graduated income tax.
Yeah, like think about the psychology behind it. Like, let's say you get a great new job, right? And you just hate it. It's just straining. It's your boss is a dick. You hate everybody you work with. It's painful. Your hours are long. You just hate you're miserable. But you're getting paid like 10 grand a month. Just throwing a figure out there. Even though you're miserable and your life sucks, you are not going to be able to pull yourself away from that job because you're making so much money, and money is what you need to survive in this society. And the second you don't have any money, you can't pay your rent. You have to eat top ramen every day. You got to live in a tent. Like it's the system's designed to get us to sell ourselves out.
Well, that's the thing, is that it's like Freeman says, and like what William Cooper says, the money isn't money. It's a magical talisman that it's not really magical, but it's a piece of paper that people have been, it's like William Cooper says, the $100 bill, it's just a piece of paper. It's like the best way I explain the inflation to people that don't know about the Constitution and stuff is that in 1963, minimum wage was $1.15 an hour, and that that was when the last year we still had the silver dollar, which was 24 grams of silver mixed with 2 grams of copper, and that the constitutional dollar was the modern day equivalent to roughly $40 or at least 25. It's like silver price is about $24 or $30 an ounce, I would say right now. So, but either way, they were getting paid, an ounce of silver, roughly almost an ounce of silver an hour, and that with $1.15, and that today $1 of Federal Reserve note money, which isn't constitutional money because it's not backed by silver or gold, only $1 only buys 1/24th roughly of 1/20th to 1/30th worth of silver of $1 in 1963. So it's devalued 20 times, 1/20th.
Man, that is crazy to think about, and he's completely right. They're literally shrinking the percentage of earnings that we all make, and that means that every year we are declining more and more. We're becoming more slaves. Like, we're going to go back to sharecropping at this rate. And isn't that what the "you will own nothing" really means? They're pushing us back towards that sort of thing. So I want to take a break here from our panel, and just briefly, I want to bring up a news story real quick, take a little break, mix things up, keep things mixed up. This is from CBSNews.com. It says world leaders are gathering to discuss disease X. Here's what to know about the hypothetical pandemic. Now, how scary is that? Like, isn't this literally what happened before the thing that we don't really talk about on this program? The pandemic. a bunch of world leaders, a bunch of billionaires, rich people are all getting together and they're talking about, oh my God, a potential outbreak of this stuff. Man, that is some scary shit. So this article says world leaders gathered at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland on Wednesday to discuss these. World leaders gathered at the World Economic Forum's WEF's annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland. They're always in Switzerland for some reason on Wednesday to discuss disease X, a hypothetical virus 20 times deadlier than COVID-19. 20 times deadlier. So are they releasing the real shit now? Like maybe the last thing was kind of a test run, and what they're doing now is they're gonna actually release the thing that kills a big percentage of the population, even though we've already heard that what's happened has already done that. This is when shit gets real. Or is it just another psyop or scare tactic? The article continues, while such a virus isn't known to currently exist, researchers, scientists, and experts are hoping to proactively come up with a plan of action to combat such a virus and prepare the health system if it were to emerge as a pandemic. A possibility one expert told CBS News could happen sooner than we think. Oh, great. There are strains of viruses that have a very high mortality rate that could develop the ability to transmit efficiently from human to human, said Dr. Amesh Adalja of the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. What is disease X? In 2022, the World Health Organization brought together 300 scientists to look into 25 virus families and bacteria to create a list of pathogens that they believe have the potential to wreak havoc and should be studied more. Included on that list is disease X, which was first recognized by the organization in 2018. The WHO says the virus represents the knowledge that a serious international epidemic would be caused by an unknown pathogen. WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said Wednesday in Davos that COVID-19 may have been our first disease X, and that scientists and experts are actively learning from that experience. From where could a pathogen like disease X originate? A deadly pathogen like disease X, which would likely be a respiratory virus, oh great, according to Adalja, could already be circulating in animal species and is just not able to be transmitted to humans yet. Okay, so I'm going to stop there. What the hell? What the fuck? Why are these weird diseases like AIDS and COVID and crap like that? Why are they coming from animals? Like, you remember that shit about AIDS coming from people eating dead monkeys or butt fucking monkeys or whatever the hell they were doing? Basically, what I think is going on is that they are taking diseases that the animals get and they're taking them to the lab and they're splicing their genes and they're making them so that they can infect us. Like, isn't that kind of what they did with HIV? They figured out how to create a virus that would actually attack our immune system. Why hasn't this stuff existed in the past? Or has it? You know, we hear about the red plague and the black plague and stuff started by rats and stuff like that. But then, if you look into some of these past pandemics, there's always some kind of UFO showing up or some weirdo standing in a field and they're just spraying weird shit all over the grains. And I'm talking back in like medieval times. They were already creating these pandemics back in the old days, maybe even ancient times. If you read The Gods of Eden by William Bramley, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. This fake disease stuff is not new. Oh, look who it is. It's none other than Martian Medicine Man /Al /Thor Jr. of Asgard. He's calling himself now. And he's reaching his hand towards the screen. He's sideways. Al, what is going on? You're muted.
You do know you're watching a movie, right?
A movie.
Everything you see on TV related to politics and religion, it's all a freaking movie. All of it, 100%. Swag the dog, dude.
I believe that we are constantly surrounded by psyops. Definitely.
Oh yeah, we've been under that since fucking television was invented. Technically, since the radio was invented, but more so since TV was invented. Anyway, about the Antichrist. Here's what's going down. Since you're doing an Antichrist show.
All right.
we'll start with that. Okay, right now, Trump is commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces. Everything you've seen on TV about Biden, that's all fucking actors. In fact, Jim Carrey played Joe Biden a few times.
True.
They're all actors. If you go to, there's a, you know, when you know them IMB websites, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the Internet Movie Database.
Okay, yeah, you go on there and you can find the actors playing Joe Biden and a bunch of other people.
Really?
You go down the list of actors, and if you got to scroll through it to find them, but you'll find an actor, and it'll say what party's playing, and there's people on there that says they're playing Joe Biden and various other people. Joe Biden died of a freaking heart attack in 2019 before the election. That's why he did the whole basement tour. He wasn't even around for the show in the first place. So everything you're watching on TV is just a movie, straight up movie. But just before, when Trump let them steal the election to show us what was going to happen had the military not stepped in and put him in the White House in the first place. They put him in there to show you well things are supposed to be, and now they're showing you where things would have gone had Hillary gone in there instead of Donald John Trump. You ever seen the movie Wag the Dog?
No.
Oh man, that explains everything that's going on right now. It came out in like the mid-90s. Tells you everything that's going on right now. They're using Hollywood to produce just like the moon landings and shit. They use Stanley Kubrick to fake the moon landings and all that shit. They're using Mystery Babylon is Hollywood. All the demonic shit that you see, all the fucking negative shit you see, it's all coming from Hollywood, isn't it? Other than the television news. Is there real negativity in your life every day like you see in TV shows and movies?
Me, probably.
No, has your life ever gone through any kind of violence or frickin' any kind of sexual perversion or frickin' just anything you've ever seen on TV? Have you ever seen that happen to you in real life? Anything that you've seen in a TV show or movie. Has it ever happened to you in real life?
Well, what do you mean specifically? Like, I don't partake in any orgies, and I don't like.
No, but where do you think all these evil ideas come from in our heads? From watching TV shows and movies, things like that are bombarding us with all this negative shit that wouldn't normally pop into our heads, now would it?
Definitely. I do think that there's some major truth to that. Like this stuff we see on Netflix, it might as well just tell you like Netflix is what's going to happen in the next 10 years.
No, but look at all the shit we've seen look at all the shit we've seen in just the last 20 years as far as movies and TV shows go. You think 100 years ago, the people from back then would be able to even handle watching that shit? They'd be horrified at all the violence and all the frickin', you know what I'm saying? They'd be horrified at what they see on TV today.
Al, what about like masturbation? Like before Howard Stern, masturbation was considered to be like this dirty thing that you could do to yourself. And
still is.
Sinner if you're doing it. Wait, what?
Jesus said you even think about a woman that way, you're committing adultery.
If you're just choking the chicken?
No, just thinking about her that way. Not even choking, thinking about her that way is adultery.
So you don't even have to touch yourself. If you're even just how would you like resist that? You'd have to have a mind of steel.
Well, you can't. We're all sinners, dude. This place is a world of sin. Everything we do here is a sin. Yeah. You can't escape
all these chicks walking down the street and they're twerking on TikTok and they're like showing their titties. And
you gotta blame the fuck. I gotta blame the parents and the frickin' people that produce that shit, dude. Those kids, those are innocent children. Their parents fucking push them into that shit. They didn't fucking just decide one day, I'm gonna be a little whore on TV. Well, that's not shit they fucking wake up and say that's what I want to be. That's something their parents pushed them into.
Yeah, I mean, I can feel you on that. Like, I think that the attitude nowadays is that anything sexual you cannot help, and there's nothing wrong with it. It should be accepted. You're not doing anything wrong, and you're saying that.
No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with sex. I'm just saying that we need to learn how to control ourselves better.
Okay,
it's like it's just like the frickin'. There was like let's use rape for example. There's a lot of rape going on now, but it's about the same as it was going on back in the day, because back in the day it was accepted for the most part, just like killing somebody.
In a way.
If somebody pulled their gun on you and whoever drew first, they won. You know what I mean?
Back then, and this isn't my belief, of course, but if a man did rape a woman, as long as he married her right afterwards, it was okay.
No, but the family could take vengeance on him for doing that, though, too, and not go to prison because they were serving their own justice. That's how it was back in the day. We were sovereign citizens before the United States corporation came along. We were sovereign citizens, and we could do whatever the hell we wanted without fear of too much repercussions, as long as we knew the rules and regulations about certain interactions, right?
Okay,
like you could get away with killing somebody if it was a gunfight.
Back to the Antichrist.
No, it's just like on the books. If you caught somebody stealing your horses or stealing your cattle, it's still legal on the books in a lot of these Western states to take them to the nearest tree and hang them.
Sure, but going back to the Antichrist, do you believe this is coming down in the next 10 years?
Okay, here's what's going down with the Antichrist. We got Trump's going to come back, and he's going to be. We're going to go into a new golden age for a minute here. We're going to have med beds. We're going to get rid of the medical industry. We're going to round up all the doctors and all the nurses and all the people in the media that push that COVID narrative garbage, and they're going to be tried in Nuremberg-style trials and executed, whatever, for dealt with and punished for their bullshit. And we're going to go to a new golden age here for a minute, where God's going to see how many people want to side with him in the Bible and shit like that. And then about the end of the decade here, the Antichrist is going to show up. They're going to build the third temple in a few years, and the Antichrist, the rapture is going to happen, and some of us are going to be going off into a 5D Earth where that's the rapture. Those who accept God and the Bible and Jesus, we're going to go move up into the 5D. And those who want to reject Jesus and stick to the old world, they're going to stay in the 3D, and the Antichrist is going to show up, and they're all going to have to deal with all that nonsense. But not everybody's going to have to deal with it. Just those who get left behind because they want to cling to the old world.
Rapture?
That's you could call it that. What's going to happen is the Earth's going to split in two: the new Earth and the old Earth. With the new Earth and the old Earth and the old heaven, and the new Earth and the new heaven. So the old heaven's going to burn along with the old Earth. After the Antichrist shows up and deals with all the people that said, fuck you, God, anyways, after he shows them what we could have, you know what I mean? Just like when Trump came along, he showed us what we could have, didn't he? We were heading downhill fast when Trump showed up. And then
Al, I'm going to challenge you for a second.
Trump showed up and brought us all back, and now they're letting us see what would happen had frickin' the shit really hit the fan. Okay, and then we're going into this new golden age, and then for a couple of years, and then see how many people get their hearts right with God and Jesus and the Bible, and then those who don't want to get right with that get to deal with the Antichrist and all the nasty shit. And here's the Antichrist. You ever seen that movie, Avengers: Age of Ultron?
Of course, I've seen all the Avengers movies.
Okay, you know that AI there that's bigger than Jarvis, right?
Ultron?
No, yeah, Ultron.
Yeah, Ultron.
Ultron was that artificial intelligence that Tony created that was bigger than Jarvis. Then it created a flesh body for it to walk the earth, right?
Yes.
And then when they broke the jewel out of the frickin' staff there and stuck it in the corpse, the jewel's essence took over, and that became Vision, right?
Correct.
Where Ultron got left out. Okay, let's say that jewel didn't get pulled out of that staff, and fucking Ultron was able to stick that into that body and become a living being. There's your Antichrist right there.
Interesting. Okay, Al, what about, you're very pro-Trump. We all know that. You've come on this show several times telling us how Trump's
I'm not pro-Trump. I'm just telling you what's going on. I'm not pro-Trump at all. I think he's an asshole, but that's what we need.
You think he's an asshole?
Haven't you ever watched The Apprentice?
No, but I've seen clips from it.
Well, then you should know he's an asshole.
I don't need to see The Apprentice to know he can be a little bit of a dick, but have you?
That's when he first started running for president. The first thing that popped in my head. All right, that's what we need, an asshole in the White House. Fuck yeah.
Okay, so what about the whole Trump pushing the vaccine thing and allowing Pfizer to throw parties at his properties and saying
if he had not done that Project Warp Speed, freaking 400 million people would have been dead worldwide.
Why?
From the vaccines. He pushed it before they were ready to release it. We're supposed to release it till this year.
You're saying that he somehow
they've already got the vaccines for pandemic X
Oh, wait,
already
hold
shipped
on.
to the freaking hospitals and shit right now, dude.
Okay, we don't want to talk about this. Actually, this is forbidden things, and I brought it up, so that's
I'm
on
just
me.
telling you, they've already got the freaking stab for the fucking next one already in the hospitals, ready to go.
Okay, let's not talk about this. Blah, 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 blah. So, Al,
Well, I changed the subject.
how is
I
the
fixed it
climate
so you don't get in trouble.
in Utah? Is the weather good?
Well, I was working outdoors with just a t-shirt on up until freaking the beginning of the year.
Okay, back to the Antichrist.
That's not normal.
Fuck the weather. What is? Have you seen this stuff about in Revelations about the dragon will open its mouth and 3 beings will come out and they will look at like frogs? Have you read that stuff? Are you aware of that? Like,
I'm not familiar with that. I'm not familiar with that particular passage, but I know the dragon is the reptilian aliens.
You
got to look at the Bible's metaphors, not literal. They're metaphors, just like the devil is the reptilian scumbags or the dragon. Satan is the artificial intelligence collective hive mind of the little gray bastards. And what the jab was all about was they were trying to turn us into them little gray. No, they were trying.
Damn it, Al. Okay, I had to pull him. He keeps talking about that forbidden topic. We will bring him back on in a little bit after he has simmered down. Let's go to the good doctor, Dr. Robert. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm laughing my fucking ass off too.
That got a little crazy.
Not because he just not when he said not because he had me laughing when he said I like that guy. He had me laughing when he said you seen Trump on TV? He's an asshole.
I mean,
shit, you don't need me to tell you this shit, motherfucker. You seen him on TV. You know what that man is.
Grab him by the pussy.
Yeah.
Like, we elected a guy president that says grab when you meet a woman, if you really like her, the best move you can make. I mean, don't ask her out. Don't try to wine and dine her. Just grab her by her vagina.
Yeah, you know what, man? And that shows you right there, dude. An entitled, rich, silver spoon born in his mouth motherfucker, cuz. Because only motherfucker with money, cuz, can do that kind of shit.
Yeah, that's like Me Too movement stuff.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Well, you can pay a woman off too if she trips. You get where I'm coming from? When you have enough money to avoid all consequences, you know, you'll try anything.
He's done that. He's
what I mean,
literally.
Because well, check this out, man. And I'm just in anybody's shoes, right? You're a poor person, right? Barely surviving, right? Some girls wish he would grab him by the pussy so they can get money off of him. So he grabbed you by, you know, your private part, right?
Yeah.
And you go tell the police and shit, and then some man in a suit come to you and you say, look, if you drop these charges, you know, we'll give you $20 million or $10 million, right? You gonna take it, right?
Heck yeah. Hey, Dr. Robert, let's go ahead. If you're ready, let's head into your segment. We're probably going to do a little bit of a shorter show today, but are you all ready to go?
Yeah. You give me 45 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and when you're ready for me to stop, just peek your head in.
Sounds good. Go ahead. You're up.
I take a little hit there. Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, the podcast where one question can make you look tall and another question can make you look small, very small. My name is Dr. Robert, and I'm your host. Well, kind of. Danny Boy is the host with the most, and this show is just a mere segment of In Today's Radio, or In Today's Radio. Had a brain fart there. In today's episode 5, we are going to dive deep into our investigation on whether a secret Nazi cabal is transpiring in the U.S. corridors of political power and influence. When we last left off, the audience and I embarked on a visit to explore Charlie Manson's hometown of Ashland, Kentucky, and close surrounding areas in between. And just like a nostalgic Sunday episode of Peabody's Improbable History, let's take a revealing peek back into the strange history of the United States of America. I can almost hear Sherman say now, "What famous date should I set the Wayback Machine at today, Mr. Peabody?" November 15th, 1966. On the day of my older brother's birth, November 15th, 1966, a strange creature was sighted about 10 miles north of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. It was seen at night, was about 6'6" or 7 feet tall, with what appeared to be wings folded against its back. It seemed to be male, and the most startling thing, aside from the goddamn wings, was a pair of huge red eyes, 2 inches in diameter and 6 inches apart from its face. It wasn't human, but humanoid, according to the eyewitnesses, no pun intended, and walked upright like a motherfucking man. Thus, the legend of the goddamn Mothman was born. Along with the sightings of the Mothman were strange electrical disturbances, such as bizarre patterns on television sets, phones ringing with either no one at the other end or a kind of strange buzzing sound, plus weird warbles on police communication systems and radios. The thing seemed to fly, and at least one instance was known to have chased a car full of fucking people, and in another, a Red Cross bloodmobile filled with actual blood on its way to Huntington. And I'm not making this shit up. As usual, the witnesses were average, normal people, living the typical American lives. That is, with no ulterior motive and no hidden agenda. Just to be clear, these were not UFO enthusiasts or college kids out on the prank. The sightings were said to have taken place quite regularly, all up and down the mound-ridden stretch of the Ohio River from Marietta, Parkersburg, and Point South, but centered on the town of Point Pleasant. Exactly 13 months later to the day, the sightings abruptly stopped. Zilch, no more. Everyone in Point Pleasant remembers December 15th, because that is also the date of the Silver Bridge disaster, the worst bridge disaster in American history. The bridge, spanning the Ohio River between West Virginia and Ohio, was full of cars and trucks during rush hour. People out buying Christmas presents, going to and from company parties, or just trying to get home. At 5:04, the unthinkable happened. The bridge collapsed, causing vehicles and the people inside them to plummet to the icy river below. 46 people died, and more than 60 vehicles were lost to the river. 2 persons were never found. And the legendary fucking Mothman was seen no more after that day. The author, John Keel, wonders if the appearance of the Mothman was somehow connected to the upcoming bridge disaster, hence the title of his book, The Mothman Prophecies, wherein he explores the questions, which I urge our audience to both seriously consider and explore themselves. 1, are supernatural events harbingers? For instance, something that foreshadows a future event, something that gives an anticipatory sign of what is to come, of some impending doom. 2, if so, how do we correlate the appearance of a creature, half human and half bird of prey, to the mysterious collapsing of a bridge? With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I want the audience to consider that there's either more or less to this than meets the goddamn eye. In fact, there are many designs of raptorial birds among the Adena and Hopewell artifacts. This is obviously mound related, and we will discuss soon in another episode. And Keel mentions other mythical birds, such as the Indonesian Garuda, a divine eagle-like sunbird and the king of the birds, that have appeared throughout history all over the world. He even goes as far as to tie in the Indian burial mounds as somehow related to the phenomenon, linking them to burial mounds in Europe, which, ladies and gentlemen, we will backtrack and talk about soon in another episode. So hold on to your shirts, hold on to your drawers, hold on to your shoes. We'll get there soon, and it'll all be clear. There's also a distinct possibility that some of these mounds were either constructed by Europeans or people with the same technology as the Europeans, and even the same or similar belief systems. The tumulus mound culture of Central Europe, for instance, was prominent in the second millennium BC and was probably trading with cultures in the Middle East at that time, such as Egypt and what was left of a vanishing Sumerian civilization. This culture was known, obviously, for their use of burial mounds, for their practice of burying valuable commodities with their dead, as you shall see with the Adena culture in a future episode. Now, Neolithic burial mounds are to be found all over Northern Europe and the British Isles, and later in Ireland. These burial mounds were known as She and were believed to be centers of supernatural power and otherworldly beings. The concept of She is famous in Irish folklore and has come to represent the Celtic underworld in general, the domain of ghosts, fairies, and other supernatural beings. According to the poet Robert Graves, in his famous study of Celtic mythology, the book titled The White Goddess, the mounds were known as Caer Sheedy, or the fortress of Sheedy, who were incidentally the ancient magicians of Ireland. The Caer Sheedy was also known as the castle of Ariadne and linked to the Corona Borealis. For instance, a small but recognizable constellation in the northern sky. In Latin, its name means the northern crown. And to be buried there means that the body was returned to the earth, but the spirit had gone to Ariadne's castle, or equally to Corona Borealis. On the one hand, ladies and gentlemen, Ariadne's castle is about Greek mythology. Ariadne, some of you may know, is the daughter of King Minos, who helped the hero Theseus defeat the Minotaur and find his way out of the dreaded labyrinth in which that creature lived. On the other hand, in Celtic mythology, Corona Borealis is known as Caer Arian Rod, or the castle of Arian Rod, the place where the mythical lady Arian Rod lived. There was even, strangely, a British occult society based on Druid lore, which had as its inner and most secret the Mound Builders. Members of this group would figure prominently in the 19th century creation of the legendary British occult lodge, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and would include McGregor Mathers, Alan Bennett, and other famous Golden Dawn days, thus reinforcing the link, at least in the eyes of occultists, between the mound builder culture and secret supernatural forces. The audience may wonder why Graves, a poet and novelist, famed for King Jesus, I Claudius, and other historical works, is referenced as an authority. Aside from the fact that Graves' research on ancient mythology is excellent, documented, and dependable, the audience may be comforted in the knowledge that Graves was a close friend of William Sargent, author of the standard text on mind control and brainwashing in a book titled The Battle for the Mind, to which Graves even contributed a chapter. According to Sargent's introduction, he credited Graves with having encouraged him to complete the work while he stayed at Graves' home in Majorca, Spain. As for Graves himself, The White Goddess was a canonical text for the European and American witchcraft revival of the 1970s. Not read so much as handled like a talisman by devotees of the Wicca movement. Sargent is important to our thesis for many reasons, not the least that he was also a colleague of Frank Olson, the biochemical warfare expert who was murdered in New York City at the height of the Cold War, a subject we will later address in a future episode. Thus, this strange nexus of mythologists and mind-controlled experts is one of many reference points, our cultural traces, in our strange matrix where the spores of demonic and other forces may be discerned. The fact that the ancient mound builders were fascinated with birds of prey and carved their likenesses into their ornamentation could be seen as a reference to a mythical bird-like creature which would dovetail nicely with Keel's passing references of mounds as possible reference for the Mothman phenomenon. Keel also mentions another odd fact, something that would stick in the back of anyone's mind. He mentions the discovery that the Native Americans shunned West Virginia and that no Indian tribes can be identified as indigenous to that state. As evidence, he refers to maps of pre-Columbian tribes worked out by modern anthropologists and published by Hammond, in which the area we know as West Virginia is marked as uninhabited. No one seems to know why the Indians didn't settle there when the land itself would have certainly supported a large population in terms of fish, game, and vegetation. However, what is found in West Virginia are petroglyphs and other evidence in stone pointing to the existence of wandering Europeans. There's also a heavy concentration of Adena sites northwest and northeast of Charleston along the Kahnawha and Elk River sites that date back to the first millennium BC. Keel kind of wonders, I do too, if the Native Americans avoided West Virginia because of something they knew, something you good white folks didn't know, something inherently strange about that place. Perhaps, and this is just a guess, some kind of demonic force, or perhaps you good white folks pissed off some ancient gods because of your proclivity to colonize without, and I repeat, properly assessing the potential spiritual consequences of harboring the children of gods and goddesses who are indigenous to those lands. Showing that a bit. Now, Kathleen Maddox, Manson's mother, moved to Los Angeles at the time of Charlie's incarceration at Terminal Island, evidently to be near her son. This, ladies and gentlemen, is one of those relationships that simply defies any kind of rational explanation. When Charles was growing up in Ashland, it seemed Kathleen had no time at all for him, and indeed, for a while, he lived by himself as a young teenager, earning a living by stealing. However, suddenly, and if by magic, Kathleen develops maternal instincts and follows Charlie around the country from one lockup to another, from one prison term to another. Charles at the time is married to Rosalie, who is pregnant and who moves in with Kathleen while Charles is inside. This arrangement will not last long. And by March 1957, Rosalie is living with another man and stops visiting poor Charles in prison. Their divorce begun in 1957 and is finalized in 1958. At Terminal Island, Charles is tested again by a prison psychiatrist. This time, his IQ is climbed to 121, a substantial improvement over his score at Chillicothe. His verbal skills have noticeably increased, and he enrolls in Dale Carnegie course, only to quit after a few weeks out of either pique or boredom. When he is seen as trustworthy, he is transferred to a Coast Guard station, which is minimum security. But he is found hot wiring a car in the parking lot and is slammed back inside to serve the remainder of his term. He gets out on September 30th, 1958, hooks up with a pimp in Malibu while under FBI surveillance and begins running whores himself. He gets picked up on a forged check charge, shades of his uncle, Darren Scott, and is arrested once again. This, of course, is another federal offense. Manson cuts a deal with a judge and it is examined by Dr. McNeil once again. He is diagnosed as having a sociopathic personality, but without psychosis. In layman's term, we might translate this, ladies and gentlemen, as evil, but not cray-cray, if you catch my drift. Dr. McNeil recommends against probation. And this time, a mysterious, young, beautiful lady presented herself as the mother of Manson's unborn child. This, however, turned out to be nothing but a con. But Leona, even though a convicted prostitute under the name of Candy Stevens, managed to sway the judge's emotions, and Manson was released on probation once again. This was on September 28, 1959, almost exactly a year to the day after he was released from Terminal Island. Manson and Leona would marry that year, only to get the divorce in 1963, when Charlie was again in prison. A replay of his marriage with Rosalie. In addition, a son, a bouncing baby boy, was born to Leona and named Charles Luther Manson. By December 1959, a scant 2 months after his release, these people were arrested once more by the LAPD, set free for lack of evidence on a stolen car route. Instead, he began running women across state lines from California to New Mexico for purposes of prostitution. Another federal violation, and wound up indicted once again after a man filed a complaint about him for raping his 19-year-old daughter and stealing her savings during a typical Hollywood scam in which Manson posed as a radio television producer. The judge issued a bench warrant since Manson had disappeared by this time, but he was picked up in Texas where he had been pimping and brought back to Los Angeles. An irate judge sentenced him to the U.S. penitentiary at McNeil Island, Washington in July 1961, where he would remain until March 21st, 1967. The vernal equinox. Keep that in mind. During this time, Manson became involved with Scientology. And it's this interest that has fueled a lot of speculation concerning other influences at work in Manson's life. The creation of a small-time science fiction writer and would-be occultist, Scientology has been described as either a cult, a scam, or both, depending on which journalist, investigator, or survivor you read. It has attracted celebrity members, including John Travolta and Tom Cruise, as part of a concerted effort to win followers among Hollywood stars. It has also conspired against U.S. government agencies and has been conspired against in turn. Keep that in mind. Its founder, L. Ron Hubbard, was a former Navy officer with a history of mental problems. He was a colleague of Jack Parson, the rocket scientist, and follower of Aleister Crowley. More on that later. All of this, I promise, will be discussed in a future episode because it bears heavily on our investigation. But suffice it to say that Scientology in the early 1960s was just coming out into its own, recruiting heavily on street corners and had heavily penetrated the prison system as well. An offset of Scientology is what is known as the Process Church of the Final Judgment. And Charlie Manson was believed to have been involved with the Process Church as well. Now hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen, because we have come to dangerous waters. It is too easy to equate membership in an organization with the organization's blessing for every endeavor undertaken by its members. Although most of the Nazi hierarchy were born baptized Catholics, for instance, does not mean the Nazi Party was a branch of the Catholic Church. The fact that Manson seems to have been involved on some level with the process does not mean the process is guilty from a legal standpoint of complicity in Manson's crimes. Yet, there's another dimension of culpability that transcends a legal interpretation of cause and effect. To use a previous example, while the Catholic Church cannot be held accountable for the actions of the church responsible for creating the type of environment, authoritarian, anti-Semitism, belief in supernatural events, etc., in which such a creature as the Nazi Party could come to exist. Think that through. We do not hold parents legally accountable for the criminal acts of their children, no matter what age of the child, minor or adult, but we routinely examine the childhood of criminal offenders to determine where the problem originated. A violent and abusive childhood is considered a prime breeding ground for a violent and abusive adult, particularly for the phenomenon known as dissociative identity disorder, the former multiple personality disorder. Manson case seems to illustrate this. Therefore, some questions arise. What effects do cults have on their followers from the standpoint of moral responsibility? Again, one, what effect do cults have on their followers from the standpoint of moral responsibility? Think that through. Two, as cults start to act as surrogate family members do they recreate the conditions of childhood and mold their children in such a way as to make them model children of the cult, carrying out the cult's agenda, whether expressed or implied. Think that through. I intentionally use the term cult here rather than religious because a cult is generally based on a more recent revelation or illumination than an established religion. This means, ladies and gentlemen, that the charisma of the leadership is still trembling from its contact with the supernatural forces it represents to its followers and attempts to create a complete environment within which the cult members function based on this revelation. Coupled with this is the frown on this new unauthorized contact with the supernatural and would disavow any message received by cult leadership, thus putting the cult in an uneasy position. Like most organizations that believe themselves vulnerable to outside influences, cults tend to become more insular and develop a siege mentality vis-a-vis other religions, other cults, the government perceived to be a tool or instrument of whatever religion is predominant, and eventually the whole world. Further, cult leadership recognizes that its members are all, hear me out, former adherents of other religions, cults, etc., and that the pernicious psychological effects of previous competing religions must be neutralized to make way for what? The new revelation. This has led to accusations of brainwashing or programming and the development of a cottage industry in deprogrammers who could kidnap cultists, usually by request of the concerned family members, and attempt to neutralize the effects of the cult's psychological conditioning by quite often using the same motherfucking techniques the cult itself used in the first place. Think that through. Charlie Manson was involved enough with Scientology at one point to have picked up the jargon and to pass himself as clear, someone who had passed through all of Scientology's deprogramming levels and reached the stage where previous social, environmental, perhaps even genetic influence no longer had any effect on decision making, emotional stability, etc. Manson had a Scientology auditor in prison, another Scientologist called Lanier Ramir, who Manson claimed brought him to the level of clear, or more accurately, theta clear. Raymer would stay close to the Manson family even after the murders, as we shall see. That Charlie Manson passed through all levels in prison. However, it's doubtful, and it's more likely that he simply borrowed the language and the attitude of the Scientologists, because we have to keep in mind that we are dealing with a con man here. You know, an abandoned child who had to use his wits and be clever to get the things he needed in order to survive. An indication of this might be his attempts to remain in prison. According to Vincent Bugliosi, the Manson prosecutor in the Tate LaBianca case, Manson had begged prison officials to let him remain there. He knew he could not adjust to the outside world. His prison review said the same thing. Regardless, Charles Manson was freed on March 21st, 1967. Now, Kenova, West Virginia, is the birthplace of Bobby Joe Long, a serial killer captured in Tampa, Florida in 1983 and accused of 9 murders and more than 50 rapes in a string of crimes known as the classified ad rapist case. Long's childhood was oddly similar to Manson's in several ways. Although Long was much younger, born on October 14th, 1953. Growing up with an attractive single mother who moved from place to place and had a succession of lovers, his early experiences were mirror images of Manson's. And where Manson was made to wear a dress to his first day of school, Bobby Joe Long had even greater problem. A congenital endocrine system dysfunction was responsible for Bobby Joe's breasts. By the age of 11, his breasts had grown so embarrassingly large that surgery was necessary. And according to his mother, 6 pounds of flesh were removed from his chest at that time. Gender confusion seems to be another element Manson and Long have in common. And we'll stop there. Good day. Good night. Chew on what I said. Think about those questions. Ponder and reflect. And this ends the Dr. Robert Show for today. Dan, I didn't quite need 45 minutes.
Welcome back to the end of days. I'm your host, Daniel, host of End of Days Radio, host, creator, and speculator. I'm so glad that you guys are still hanging out. I apologize. I got hit a little bit unprepared there. I was burning some sage. I was eating a Jack in the Box taco. I was listening to Dr. Robert. And all of a sudden, he's done. And I'm like, oh shit. Gotta put out the incense, gotta close the window, gotta like scramble around and get myself together. But it is all good because we are back and we are live, as Todd would say. We're gonna get right back into it in a second here. Before we do, just quickly wanted to talk about one other sort of news story topic. I see a lot of stuff about Trump being blocked from ballots in various states. I know they're trying to do it here in Washington state, which, regardless of how you feel about Trump, I find to be incredibly ridiculous, unconstitutional, probably a big distraction and a psyop, because there is no way that this guy is not going to be on the ballot in the next term. No effing way. I'm pretty sure he's going to win. All my sources, the people that send me little tidbits of things to come are telling me that Trump will be the next president. They need him to be president because the path we're going to be going on in the next term is going to be very, very war oriented. We need somebody that has more of like the Republican war hawk personality to push through the things that are coming. So we will see how that shakes out. I got a lot more stuff to talk about, but I see we've got another visitor here, none other than General Lee. Lee, are you there? Lee!
Now then, mate.
Hey.
You okay?
Hey, mate.
You okay, mate? Oh, Dan, I've been rough as shit, mate. Good couple of weeks now.
You've been what?
I've been rough as shit.
You've been robbed?
Rough.
Oh, things have been bad. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, sick as shit, like, yeah. Mate, for all I know, it could be some nanobot virus, administered by our friends at the deep state. But
are you saying you
who
have
knows?
disease X already?
Yeah.
Damn it. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks.
All right,
I've been earlier in the early fall. I was sick for over a month, probably with one of the worst flus that I ever had. It took literally me making my own broth almost on a daily basis using ginger, scallions, cilantro, fresh bone broth, chicken broth, carrots, other stuff too. I can't even remember it all, but that's the only reason I recovered, was drinking that broth every day. Like, if you can get a hold of some really fresh broth, like even if it's just canned soup or something like that, I highly recommend it.
Do you know what works for me, mate? I'm
What's
actually
that?
got one now. Ice cream. Your throat's fucked.
Hey, all of our
I'm high.
physiologies are different.
Yeah, but had a bit of a smoke, some high as fuck, and I've got a bit of munchies, so it's all falling into place, mate.
You said in the chat that you're doing the salted caramel vanilla ice cream. I don't think many people realize how good that stuff is.
Oh, mate, it's so Moorish.
I'm kind of a rocky road guy myself. Maybe a little cookies and cream here and there.
Oh, do you know? Damn, fucking hell, man. You know what my favorite one was? Ben & Jerry's Cherry Garcia.
Oh,
You just cannot get it anywhere now.
That's too bad. Yeah, that was the thing about Ben & Jerry's. They had all these unique flavors, and now it's really hard to find.
Yeah. Stitches up my hand.
How are the shows doing? How is Subconscious Rising, and how is Lux Rising doing?
Well, Lux has had a few personal problems at the moment. So have I, mate. So we will get our heads together soon. and get back on it. But I mean, I've given my own shot. Like I've done a lot of work with Jin. More work with Jin coming up. More work with Robert, Rory Marks, Gary Wayne.
Heather Wade?
Gary Wayne, yeah. We've got a couple
Gary
of
Wayne. Oh, yeah, Gary.
Yeah.
Wayne
yeah.
Gang. Such a nice guy. I love that guy.
Oh, mate, he's incredible, isn't
he? He's the best, like, Anunnaki type of guest.
Yeah.
You know, I was at work. I tuned in to one of your episodes, and I was laughing. I was cracking up because, like, all of a sudden, like, Jin comes on, and you guys are talking about us over here. You're talking about Dr. Robert and Todd and all of us, and I was like, wow, this is tripping me out. I feel so disassociated.
Mate, you're an OG.
Episode that was. What's that?
You're an OG, mate. Got a lot of respect for you, Dan.
Thank you. An old G and an old T. T for truther.
Yeah. I mean, we help each other out, and that's the main thing, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, it's a hard road because, you know, these topics they can put you in a little danger and they can drive you mad. But I've been at it for over 10 years, and I know what I'm doing a little bit, but it's always, you know, you always just want to get bigger. You want to reach more people.
Yeah.
That's kind of the journey. But you're coming into your own over there.
Yeah. I'm slowly getting there, mate, but damn. It's so dangerous out there, mate.
Yes.
It's a fucked up world.
What do you think of the topic of an antichrist?
Oh. I'll be totally honest with you, mate. I'll be totally honest with you. I think that particular entity could be in any one of us.
I like that.
That's just my opinion, mate.
You know, there's a bit of information that I've come across, and I don't know if it's true or not. It's something that I originally read, and I was watching some YouTube videos that seem to kind of confirm this theory that some people have, where the Antichrist has actually been here before, and he was here with Jesus actually, and you know how you know, Jesus had his followers and he was betrayed. Well, rumor has it that the Antichrist will actually be Judas Iscariot reincarnated.
Wait,
yeah, because they call Judas the man of perdition, and also the Antichrist is called the man of perdition. And basically, what happened was the Antichrist betrayed Christ and killed him. I mean, he got him killed for 30 pieces of silver. And the Antichrist is going to be, Judas Iscariot is going to be reincarnated during the end times. And then Christ is going to come back and get revenge, and he's going to kill Judas.
I don't know, mate.
Pretty crazy shit. Huh?
It's crazy as fuck, yeah. I struggle with all that religion, mate. To be honest with you. I think it's just too toxic.
Yeah, I mean, it can be like there's something to be said about just kind of tuning out from it all and, you know, staying a little bit more positive, because it can be a little bit depressing when you don't get into some of the prophecy stuff. It's all people are going to die. The evil is going to come to power.
Yeah. Wait, hey, where's Doc gone?
What was that?
Where's Doc?
Oh, he's right here. Dr. Robert. Are you present?
What's up?
There
How are you?
Is.
I have myself muted, man, so I don't interrupt. How you doing, man? That's the general?
You all right, mate?
What's up, man? Just a good
Oh,
old
mate.
boys.
I'm sick
Never
of
mean
shit,
to
mate.
know. Someday
back in town.
the Grays might get them, but the CIA never will.
Yes. Hey, mate. Fucking hell.
Yeah, what's going on,
If
Joe?
only I would love to be abducted.
Huh?
Not me.
I
My butthole can't take that.
would love to be abducted.
You guys, I'll be right
What's
back.
going
I'm
on,
gonna
man?
grab
How's
my water
subconscious
bottle.
realms, man?
That what, mate?
How's the subconscious realms, man? You guys did like a real good episode, man, about things like the aliens or some shit like that.
Oh, yeah, the reptilian, yes.
Tell me about that, man. So it's about the reptilians?
Mate, it's that fucking vast, right? It's going to be probably a 3-part series, that, right?
Oh, wow. Tell me about it, man. Tell me
Just,
about these reptilians.
well, from what I can make out of it, which is probably wrong, but anyway, she's had interactions with salamanders, draconians, mantis, then you're like arsehead fucking aliens, greys, satyr gods, furries, the fae.
Oh man, that's
but-
crazy, man. That's insane. And it's interesting
but
too, because it's
But
interesting to
Doc,
bring that
mate.
up. Yeah.
Excuse me. The thing is, right, I'm not gonna tell you too much about it because it'll all come out in the second.
I understand you want to save it for the audience. I get you.
Yeah, but I'll give you a little bit of a rundown, right? The second part, she's got Aboriginal ancestry. So, we're going to go into the Aboriginal side of lore and mythology.
Oh, that sounds fascinating.
Next episode, we're getting permission from the elders because they don't like talking about shit like that. And then the third, great granddad was a master mason. Now,
Ooh, damn.
she remembers rituals, and a lot of weird shit went on. So that's all I can say.
That's awesome, man. You know, it's interesting because
Mad in it.
earlier, yeah, it's very interesting. But you brought up something, man, that kind of reminded me of something Clint Eastwood, the assassin, said when he talked about True Blood. Remember, he brought up True Blood earlier? Remember in True Blood, right? The fairies were really aliens. If anybody remembers True Blood.
Yeah.
Remember in True Blood, the fairies were really aliens, right? That's when I thought the show jumped the shark.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like fairies was a thing that like could make vampires what? I think it was like walk
Like
out in
shoot that light at them and like explode them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Suki was like half fairy, right?
Yeah. Suki was like smoking
That's
hot.
why everybody wondered. yeah. But basically, though, but according to them, like the fairies weren't what we think they were. They were from another planet. They were actually aliens who came here and started to live among us.
Yeah.
That's in True Blood, yeah. So it's trippy that they would say that.
One of my favorite parts,
You know, like
was when
include fairies with aliens. That's kind of trippy.
yeah, one of my favorite parts is when they got into Lilith. I thought that was pretty hardcore.
Oh yeah,
Like, they were
True Blood
actually
was just the
doing
shit, man.
real stuff.
True
Yeah.
Blood was the shit, man. I used to get excited for that show to come on.
You know, Eric, that tall blonde guy, that character on the show.
Yeah, like he was like a very strong vampire.
Yeah, he's like really like, you know how he played a Viking that got turned into a vampire.
I know
there's
what you're talking about that Viking movie.
Well, yeah, like that's his brother that plays in that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and he has like another brother too, and they're all actors. I think there's something weird about this family though, because they really have like Viking heritage in their family, and they're just like all over the place. And Lady Gaga had Eric from True Blood, or the actor, in one of her music videos. And for her to have somebody like that in her music video, I feel like they're trying to tell us something. It's like some kind of bloodline thing or something.
Maybe, man. You know, reality strangers in fiction. He played Tarzan too. You remember Tarzan?
Yeah. Yeah. Fascinating stuff. Thank you guys. Lee, thank you for coming by. I wanted to get over to Clint Eastwood. He's just dying to get into this slideshow that he's kind of working on.
Oh yeah. Well, here, let me start it back at the because going through the pictures to make sure there's no medical vaccine pictures.
Oh, thank you. We gotta avoid that.
I mean, this is like okay, so this is a folder that I've compiled over the years of stuff. I mean, there's some family pictures and stuff mixed in with it and stuff, but those, I don't think I'm pretty sure I weeded all those out. But I mean, the conspiracy goes, this is a picture of King George, or one of the kings of England and the king of Russia, and they were like the blood family was so inbred, you could see they're like almost twins.
Yeah, but was the same mustache too, same bubbly eyes.
Oh yeah, I mean they're wearing the Knights of Malta crosses, the Maltese crosses, and that you can see on the guy on the right with the white, he's got a red cross with a white background. That's another a Vatican, and then underneath that there's a British emblem. I guarantee they're both in the Order of the Garter as well. But I mean, the Masonic, there's a lot of Mason stuff in here. There's stuff about I mean, it's just a huge folder that it's like a 15-year-old folder of like conspiracy. That's my Christmas tree. But that's
you show your Christmas tree, then you show the owl at Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, that's Bohemian Grove. Egypt. That's the.
Whoa, go back. What was that one? Hold on. Go back go back one more. This. What the hell?
Oh, that's the statue of Bohemian Grove, the owl.
No, the next one.
No.
There was one that was like a cartoon. Yeah, that's the one. What the hell?
Well, that's about John Bull, and that's a long story. National debt. It's about taxation. That's a long story. I mean, but what's crazy? I saved this picture like 15 years ago. And that's right on the bottom left is that hotel where the guy, or maybe it's the top hotel, but that whole thing seemed like some kind of it was weird, the location where it happened, right by the pyramid. There's this is an old Sator Square. It has to do with Christianity. They were there's a lot of I mean, the monuments and stuff were all made by the secret societies, and that's why I got the monument pictures, the money. There's Prometheus, who's also Lucifer, right at the Rockefeller Center. There's this was some type of weird spot around those orbs on the pillars, had like quartz or some kind of giant amount of quartz in them, and I thought that was really strange. See, there's the
you see an archway like in that picture a couple of them ago. Anytime you see that is from the elite for sure. That is a very
Napoleon built one. There's one in New York, I think. See, this is a depiction of the initiate. See how he's a square? He's an ashlar, a cube. And that I forget what deity that is, but there's Akhenaten.
That's a good one. That one of Akhenaten. That's all about like all the gods coming from the real God, the real creator.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting in the lore of it. That's Osiris with Isis. See how she's got the bull horns, and he's got the staff of Ptah or whatever, or I forget what the staff is called.
Ptah, the green guy.
Yeah, there's the Anunnaki. There's cultures all around the world. See how it's got the basket thing, and then the thing he's holding, and the double
and the acorn.
Oh yeah, then the double wings. I forget what other cultures have that. These are like that's like a cave painting from North America. There's a lot of I have that symbol in there because that's a Masonic symbol, and it's ironic that they use it for AA. That's an old depiction of I forget what god.
Was that dude blowing a bowl? What
That's
the hell? That's
I can't.
nasty.
No, it was drinking the milk. I mean, it's
Are
still
you
messed
sure?
up.
He's got horns like a male cow.
Well, it's some kind of Viking. Well, female cows have horns too. I mean,
But the way that he's like sucking on it, that does not look like milk going on right there. That
that's.
nasty.
I think that's a depiction of the Viking religion, or I don't remember which.
Oh,
The cow
damn.
like milked blood or something. This is a grave of an initiate of the mystery schools. You'll see it's a
shit.
pyramid with the Sphinx.
I want to hang out there.
That's
Smoke some joints on that guy.
that's a saint somewhere. That's a depiction of Apollo. That's at Lorenz, or that's at the Chartres Cathedral. That's a giant scarab from Egypt.
And if anybody's listening to the podcast version and you want to see all these pictures, come to YouTube, search End of Days Radio, hit subscribe, and watch the show that you are listening to now, and you'll be able to see these pictures.
Oh yeah. Well, this is Bohemian Grove, the altar, where they burn someone, an effigy.
The cremation of care.
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember where I sourced the pictures, but they're probably off the net now. That was this is an old symbol of the goddess, Tanit, who's the same as Astarte and Ishtar, and you'll see at the top there's the flower of life symbol, and the pyramid, which it's a very complicated subject because the Dead Sea Scrolls, one of the Christian books, has the symbol of Tanit on it, which I have the picture. That's England, I think. There's I think that's damn it, I can't remember the Babylonian name.
Shamash, maybe.
Yeah, and you'll see the star above him.
Shamash.
He's got the
that's the 8-pointed star, I think.
Yeah, and then the Omega in his hand, like the Alpha.
And notice how big he is.
Yeah, that's always been because the giants, people believe that there were giants, and that all the ancient depictions of Egypt and Babylon all have giants in the depiction where they're clearly taller than everybody else. That's in the Vatican, but you'll see in the center there's the sun with the triangle and the circle for the symbol of the tetragrammaton, the secret word, and their secret sun worship, because real Christianity was against sun worship. There's a verse that says, "Thou shalt not bow to the east with their back turned to the temple of the Lord." That's a Brooklyn library, which I thought was really strange because of how much money they put into the front, and like it had one of the symbols on the door was a Mason symbol about the fisherman, which I can't remember. That's of course a samurai suit, but that's
badass.
I was doing an environmental video once on YouTube.
Those poor whales.
Yeah, I was trying to demonstrate. YouTube banned the video. I was trying to like show world hunger and stuff, and try to.
Looks like when Moses made the water in Egypt like blood.
Yeah, here's the some of the ciphers of the Templars, the secret societies. You'll see.
Stop here real quick. So I just want to point out that this really, especially the bottom one, it really looks like the umbrella symbol from the Resident Evil games.
Oh yeah, they use that symbol in the that movie that was in Alaska where the lady got abducted by the Anunnaki, the fourth kind.
Oh yeah,
you remember that? They used that
speaking like Akkadian and shit.
Yeah, that symbol was in the movie. You watch it again, you'll see it in the background on a TV screen, and it was like, whoa! I remember seeing that. I was blown away.
If you ever come across a possessed person or a demon, talk to it in Akkadian. That's like their favorite language.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, Akkadian that was some kind of weird occult statue that I'm not gonna go back to just because it had
what was that
booty on
statue that chick's bending over? That looks like
there's these
porn.
I don't remember what statue that is, but there's weird statues that was being made of the political people were made. Like there was a Michelle statue of Oblamatron's wife. This is from a movie where you can see the Masonic ring on his hand. There's the symbols of the star, the moon, and the sun. There's Bohemian Grove, the bent pyramid. See how small that person is, and how big the other ones are.
Wow. Yeah, there's so many of these. Like, man, people ignore this stuff.
It's really bizarre. I mean, my family found tiny mummies in the UP of Michigan, and the Smithsonian stole them. Yeah, it was in the newspaper, and fucking they were tiny, like foot tall mummies, and they were like little people, like Barbie doll size, proportionate with tiny heads, and the Smithsonian took them. They mailed them to the Smithsonian and never got them back.
That is crazy. Like, I always hear about the Smithsonian doing stuff like this, but this is the first time somebody told me this firsthand, that they experienced it. Freaky shit.
Yeah, I've seen the picture from the newspaper. My grandma showed me in Missouri. I don't remember why there's a skater in there. My girlfriend uses the computer too, so I mean, that's let's say a temple in India or Tibet or something, but it's like one piece of stone. That's in the house of the Temple of the 33rd. You can see the snakes in the background and the bird above it, but the altar with the double-headed eagle. There's in the Temple of the 33rd, you see the initiate, the statue. He's a square man, an ashlar. That's the crypt, the tomb of Albert Pike and many other Masons, Ordo ab Chao, and then it shows the double-headed eagle with the I forget the name of that cross, but then it says Fiat Lux, thus the light shines, the light of Lucifer.
Is that the Maltese cross?
But I don't remember what the name of that cross is. It's like a quadruple tau. It's it's like the triple tau is
then it says something like Fiat Lux at the top.
Yeah, that's Latin for let the light shine. And that in the Masons
Lucifer stuff.
Well, they seek the light. And then if you notice on the building, it has 33 columns. And then on the top, there's a pyramid with 13 layers. And then,
where is this again?
This is 13 blocks from the Capitol. In that, if you look at the, I got a picture here somewhere that shows the alignment of the obelisk with this temple, not the Capitol. And north to south, this temple is aligned with the obelisk, not the Capitol.
That is nuts.
That's about cattle mutilations, I think. This is an Aramaic magic square, and this is where the connection between old Aramaic and the Greeks, because I believe that the Greeks got the magic squares from the old Aramaics, and that they say Jesus spoke Aramaic. And that the Christians were using stuff like magic squares and stuff to
it's some kind of they in math they call it matrices, matrix mathematics.
That's interesting.
Whenever you take numbers and like line them into columns, and then you explore the relationships of the numbers, those are called matrices.
Yeah, the bigger the squares, it became with the 3x3 magic square. Each row, column, and diagonal adds up to 15. But the more squares you add, that has different patterns, where the four corner ones will add up to the number, or four more near the middle, or like a cross shape. It's weird because it's like a mathematical algorithm. It creates like a picture, like those math pictures of the zooms of the Mandelbrot set. It creates that. If you keep expanding the size of the number square, the numbers that have the relationship, if you fill all those in, it becomes a giant picture of like a movie almost. It's crazy. You could do a Mandelbrot set zoom with the magic squares by increasing the size of the squares and the patterns, and it would create like a giant Mandelbrot zoom basically. And it would take a supercomputer to do it. I mean, this is I'm sure you're familiar with this.
This one is I've
the
seen
Book
this
of the
before.
Dead.
Yeah, this is like the different like the people in the top, like that little column at the top. It's crazy because
That's the Ennead. 3, 6, 7. No, I guess that's not the Ennead. But you see Sobek on the right, the crocodile, then the Thoth, the bird-headed guy. Sobek was a star. I don't remember which one, but Thoth is the planet Mercury. Then you'll see Anubis next, who is the dog-headed, who is the Sirius C, and is the adopted son of Isis, and he's weighing the heart against the feather of Mot, and that Isis and her sister are standing across, or I don't remember who's standing across, but see, it's like the guy right next to Anubis is the initiate, and that he's about to enter the spirit world. Or in Hebrew, the word Hebrew itself means over the river, like over the river Styx. And, he goes past Sobek, the crocodile, it's like crocodiles were on the Nile River. See, it's like they put this ancient lore, it's all spun together in a really, really interesting way.
Basically, the idea is, because there is something called the Egyptian Book of the Dead that describes like different levels of the afterlife, and basically, I believe the idea is that your heart has to be lighter than a feather for you to pass in the afterlife. Meaning, you can't go around with like all this guilt and all these bad things that you've done, all these little like issues that you have.
The 42 Confessions of Mot, which were the precursor to the 10 Commandments, which were 42 things that, good things to do. Don't kill people, or don't murder, don't venerate, evil, like that type of be noble and such, and like it's interesting. It's 42 because the ostrich egg incubates at 42 days, and the 42 is also a number that's the when a kid gets its heartbeat, it's at the 42nd day. And that like shamanic teachings go on, certain rituals go on for 42 days. Damn it, I had another picture that was really similar. I got so many Egyptian pictures and stuff. There's that was an Italian Illuminati. Well, that was technically a good order because they were trying to get a constitutional republic in Italy, and the Illuminati thing is really complex. There's basically two Illuminatis, one good, one evil. That's the picture of the Last Supper. Yeah, well, the Star Forts are. I would say that they were used to black cannonballs, but here's the old lion from Assyria.
That's awesome. The thing about like lions is that they used to be everywhere, like in places where you would never expect them to be. But the lions have been killed off by humans, and now they only exist in a very like only in Africa, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Because,
it's sad.
Yeah.
This is Skull and Bones. They're initiating in Yale. This is what they're doing publicly.
Creepy bastards.
Like people think about how people go to Yale and they don't take pictures of this. Why isn't anybody? Why isn't this mainstream? That they're doing this, that they're a cult, that they're openly initiating themselves into the order. That's called the shoulder tap. That's what GW went through. That's what John Kerry went through. That's what the guy who used to host the talent thing. What was that? American Idol. The younger guy. He was a member of the Skull and Bones. Ryan Seacrest. And then the other guy,
Ryan Seacrest, was in Skull and Bones.
Yeah. Then the other host, the host that wears the tight t-shirts, he is a Mason. I've got a picture of him on his ski-doo that has a Mason symbol right on it. You know, all these celebrities and stuff, they're all occultists. They're all in secret societies.
Yeah, you know, I was kind of talking about this on Twitter or X the other day, where my question was, if the Bavarian Illuminati has its own Wikipedia page, how the hell can anybody deny the conspiracy or pretend that it doesn't exist?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it exists 100%. I've got book clippings from it. That was from a movie. I think it some movie, but it just I always kept the snippets of whenever I seen some kind of Mason stuff in a movie. But there's in the book of Revelations, it talks about the 4 signs, and this is a picture that the Templars drew of that part of the book of Revelations, and it, you know, and it's a interesting thing because it's technically that's a date. 4 constellations in the sky in that arrangement, that's a date in time, and that the symbol around Jesus is the symbol for the new calendar of the 25,000 years period.
So is this like, I see there's 13 guys at the bottom. Is this, and then up here at the top, is this zodiacal? Like I see like a Pegasus and or whatever that is, and like a griffin.
Yeah. Well, the angel on the top left is Aquarius. The hawk was Scorpio. The left is the bottom left is a lion, and then the bull was Taurus. And the see, it's like that concept that they were using symbols as markers in time, where like in Freemasonry, I found that they were using the arch with the top of the arch in Cancer, and then above it would say strength, and it was a strength in the tarot is the symbol of the lion, but it's like the strength was in the symbology of their religion is the planet Mars, and that when Cancer's in this, when Mars is at the perpendicular mark to the sky is during the summer solstice. But it's like they use all sorts of their star cult. They have star maps, and you know, you go to the Vatican, there's a star map on the ceiling. You know, he's wearing the symbols of the you know, dark side Knights of Malta. You know, there's the Tetragrammaton symbol. That they're not, you know, in the symbol they'll always have a Daleth in Hebrew. Daleth also means camel, or I'm pretty sure that's the Hebrew letter, but you know, instead of the Hebrew letter, they have a camel there. It's just like Freeman points out with the camel cigarettes. They take the 3 pyramids minus 1 pyramid and then put a camel there and replace, because the camel is also the symbol of the pyramid. That's at the Vatican. That's
how the hell did they carve that guy's beard? Like, that's impossible.
Oh yeah, well, he's got the keys. Lasers. It's like they've got people worshiping Zeus and stuff at the Vatican. That's a monolith in Japan, which that's a long subject about the monoliths. I try to document all the monoliths.
Yeah, there's a, you know, I've talked about it on the show before, but there's a legend that Christ actually went to Japan after the resurrection.
Huh. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's actually a site in Japan that is supposed to be the grave of Christ.
Oh yeah, there's the lion world symbology. There is all around the world, where in China they have the lion with the world in its paw, and
that's
like
awesome.
You always see Jesus with the world in his hand and with an X on the world, because
and look at that giant green dude in the background. That's crazy looking too.
Oh yeah, that's I never even noticed that. That's Perseus cutting the head off Medusa. Oh, that's crazy. That's right there.
Yeah, I mean, where did you say this is again?
This is I'm pretty sure this is in like Italy or Greece or something.
Oh man,
I really need to. I guess it says on top, Lion of Loggia dei Lanzi. That sounds Italian.
people donate to the show because I
Um,
need money to go travel and see some of this stuff.
This is in I'm pretty sure this is where the Dead Sea Scrolls are housed, in that domus type thing, which is that I saved that because the occult always builds the structures, as domes for the symbol of the goddess. That's an early Sumerian. I forget what kind of stone that was on, but it was really old. I mean, it was like Akkadian, or I don't remember the name of the culture, but they had the same symbol with the winged orb, and the king, and it's
Yeah, that's the symbol of the gods. And see, people, they don't believe me when I say that the angels are actually just the gods, because they call them the sons of God, the sons of God, and that these gods were originally depicted with wings, just like angels were depicted much later on.
Oh yeah, the all the cultures have winged people. There's a Zeus statue or Jupiter in the Vatican. That guy's chewing a plant. That's a plant. That's not blood. It's called beetle nut.
Beetle
That's
nut.
yeah.
Beetle
It's
nuts.
in Asia they take beetle nut and then they wrap it in a type of leaf, and then they add like something else to it, and they chew it. It's like coffee basically.
Yeah,
This
people
is
in other countries, they eat tarantulas and chicken legs and all kinds of stuff I'd never touch.
oh yeah. Yeah, this is damn it, I forget the name of this deity, but you'll see the two demons next to it. It's like the old evil deity was always Osiris. It's like you'll see how he has the twin serpents at his crotch.
Yeah, that's like Baphomet.
Well, it's like the demon deity goes by many names, and like it's like in Ghostbusters 2, they go at the top of the thing, and the fucking there's two obelisks, and they enter a doorway, and the lady's like, my name is Gozer, and Gozer is another word for Osiris, and the names of the deities, they go by many names. That's an old depiction of the Satanist kissing the devil's butt.
Why do they have to kiss his butt like Vince McMahon?
It's a really bizarre thing. I mean, I like to collect pictures of woodcuts too. That's a weird monument that I saved. There's the triple Hecate, the witch goddess. That's from Greece, I think. This
is why at all times witches are in threesomes. There's usually like a young one, a middle one, and an old one, and that's in what's that Shakespeare play called? With Macbeth.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
you see it in that
Three
movie.
Blind Witches.
Yeah, in that Halloween movie, with the three witches. What's it called? Hocus Pocus.
Yeah.
And then people, when they get abducted by grays, there's always three gray aliens.
That's weird. That's it's definitely this picture is important because it's showing the initiate, and then the initiate is the bull. And there's other pictures like that where there's the concept is hard to explain, but it's like they're one person, they're one thing to at one view and then a different at another. The concept of having something hidden. See, this is the sunken tomb of this is that one temple of Osiris. I'm pretty the one that's sunken that has it has a pillar with the flower of life symbol carved into it. I'm pretty sure that's the tomb. But the stonework was different than the other stonework of Egypt. Like you'll see on the right how it's, big giant pieces that are the type of stone too. You can see the stuff with the glyphs on it. That's a different dynasty because that's a different kind of stone. And that because the whole temple, this particular temple had no glyphs on it. It only had the flower of life symbol carved into a pillar, and it was the symbol of Osiris and the symbol of, you go to any hippie thing and everybody's got a flower of life tattoo, that's Avesbury, the Druids. See the twin pillars, and then in the center it's showing the initiate or no, I think that's the goddess. It's hard to see that one. I really need to label them better. There's Petra. That's from a movie. That's I don't remember what that place was. There's the devil making the Bolshevik. See, there's Inanna with the crescent moon on her head.
Oh, Inanna.
This is like a Babylon
Inanna.
casino.
Who's doing the Super Bowl this year?
What's that?
Who's doing the Super Bowl this year?
Oh, the Lions.
No, I mean like who's doing the halftime show? Because last year it was Rihanna.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're getting at. Yeah, they always have the occult halftime performance. Yeah. For all we know, the three main female pop stars are in some sort of witch triad. This is a little kids movie.
Yeah.
See on the chair, it's got the Masonic symbol.
Fuck? This is a kids movie, people.
Yeah, I can't remember what movie that is, but it's.
We got to figure out what movie this is.
It was. I really need a label. It says Ant Bully on the picture. There's the Dendera star map that Napoleon stole. That's I think that's a certain type of frog that has a certain venom in it. That's a really old depiction of Anubis with the Ankh cross. There's all the kings.
That is a movie. Ant Bully is a movie.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yep.
Oh yeah. All the kings always have this symbol, the cross with the world and the X on the world, and that it's like there's an Aleister Crowley book that has a similar vessel that is supposedly to contain spirits, and that but like it's like the kings were the Antichrist in a way, because they were trying to be like Jesus, holding the world, because you'll see old pictures of Jesus holding this symbology.
That's also like Monty Python, the holy hand grenade. They're clowning on the whole idea. Like, what is this thing? Because nobody knows what it is, so they're making fun of it.
Oh yeah, I forget what movie that is, but he's got a mason ring on.
Oh, I gotta figure that one out.
There's a bunch of Egyptian chairs that look like, when you put them upside down, they look like an American flag. This isn't one of the more American flaggy looking ones, but I mean, there's a lot of them. That's the temple for George Washington, which it's like the Illuminati Masons venerate George Washington, and like they build these things for him, and I don't think George Washington would approve. That's inside the house of the temple. It's a druid with the Stonehenge behind him, and the owl for Isis or Minerva.
Yeah, one thing that's important to like the Illuminati, the occult, is a lot of this stuff is druidic.
Yeah, like King Druid was King David, who was the father of King Solomon, and that I don't remember who that is.
Like, you know how Christ wears the crown of thorns? That's actually something from the Druids as well.
Huh. Well, in the picture it shows Jesus resurrecting Lazarus with a wizard wand.
Oh, wow.
This is in the house of the temple. You'll see one is red and one is blue. This is the symbol of the twin pillars of alchemy, but also the two kings of the masses. The two suits, like the two political parties,
That's a trip right there.
But the red and the blue, it also has to do with witchcraft, the red and the blue.
Can you make that bigger on your end? Like if you press like control and then there it goes. Good job.
Yeah, see.
Oh, wow, that is a trip.
This is you'll find this red blue symbology. You go to the ninth gate, the devil lady, her socks are red and blue. One is red and one is blue. Or you see the Disney robe, the robe of Mickey Mouse. It's a red and a blue wizard robe. You see there, and then they're even wearing alternating colors. It's like the kings were the wizards in a way.
Yeah, there's like a sash there. And then these thrones, like one side's lions, the other one looks like an owl. And then like,
Yeah.
there's a menorah behind the guy on the left. And beneath the sashes, it looks like they both have like a Masonic symbol right there, but it's like halfway hidden.
Yeah, the left one has a 90-degree square, and the other one has and the other one has a 60-degree. And
This is something right here.
the 60-degree is the top one, and the 90-degree is the bottom one for the square and the compass. And they make a square and a circle. See, if you take the compass and you flip it and then draw it, it'll make a square. And then you take the compass and you spin it around, and it makes a circle. And in masonry, it's called squaring the circle. And that it's a symbol of the earth and the material plane and the plane of the ethereal plane. And that the ether and alchemy, the two words that combined the ether were the two mothers, matter and water. And that I don't remember the exact etymology of it, but the two mothers. And you'll go to the Egyptian and you'll find that there was two mothers with the god of there was a god, and there would be two women standing beside him, one on each side, because alchemy is an ancient Egyptian, it goes back to all cultures. It's like it's like the people in Europe, they came across this and they're like, wow, this is a weird it's like a map legend. It's like a deciphering tool. And they found that they could decipher information from lost cultures and their religions that went along with their religion, but they perverted it in ways to suit their own needs, like the greed of mankind. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's crazy.
Why it looks like there's a microwave in the middle.
I think that's an old computer.
Huh. Yeah, it's such weird shit. Like, I wish I knew more, and I feel like I know a lot, but I see stuff like this and it makes me like, man, I still just like, there's so much that's a mystery.
Well, here's the symbol, the buckle of Isis, which, and according to Gerald Massey, in the Egyptian rites of the Illuminati masonry, that they are the blood tie of Isis, the buckle of Isis, the tayet, and that Ma-Sen meant blood tie, and that this was the old symbol. And that it goes back to ancient Egypt. They really did build the pyramids. This is relevant because it's a Masonic symbol.
Is this Star Trek?
Well, in Tex Mars's book, he documents the symbol. Yeah, if you flip the symbol, I'm pretty sure I already flipped it, but that right side up, the Star Trek symbol becomes a Kabbalah symbol that Tex Mars documents in his book called I can't remember the Encyclopedia of the Occult or something. There's a Benisteriopsis vine.
Was Gene Roddenberry a Mason?
Oh, well, I mean, it's like, okay, so the precursor head of the Star Trek fleet was Albert Pike. Christopher Albert
Captain Pike.
Yeah, he was.
Captain
and then
Pike. Wow,
well, I've got
I never
pictures
even thought
on
of
here.
that before.
The new Star Trek, it showed the white Klingon, and the white Klingon was like taking over the Klingons, and then after he took it over, he's like, he puts his hands in the fire, and I've got screenshots of this, and he puts his hands in the fire and he says, through Kali I will be reborn in fire. And that, whoever wrote that, is an initiate, because people don't just write things about, the secret society's initiation into the Brotherhood of Fire, the Brotherhood of
We are
Cain.
delving deep tonight. The knowledge is coming in.
Oh yeah, like, see, there's Inanna with the two Omegas, and see, this is the depiction of the goddess from the Book of Revelations.
Did you say two Omegas?
Yeah, in her hands.
What's an Omega?
Like Alpha and Omega. Omega is the end.
What the fuck? This is weird.
Yeah. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And the angel said unto me, wherefore did thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and the beast that carrieth her. See, she's on a beast. And that which hath the 7 heads and 10 horns. This is going into the Satan part, not the goddess part. I get, but the beast that thou sawest is not. Damn it! This is the dragon part. I marked the wrong part.
Oh, real quick, Clint, hold that thought. We just need to. Dr. Robert's phone is going dead. Let's say goodbye to him. Robert, are you there?
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, your phone's dying. Let's go ahead and close out and plug what you like to plug and give us. Give
Well, I'm
us
sorry, man. I thought I had 40 minutes. I thought I had 45 minutes to me, but I didn't.
No worries.
Thanks for everything. Please hit the subscribe button. In fact, I'm gonna have some people hit it that I know I'm going out on the town tomorrow. So anybody I run into that I know, I'm gonna have them hit the subscribe button. But thanks for listening to the show. Thanks, Daniel, for allowing me to share with you guys. I really appreciate Daniel a lot. I mean, a lot. I mean, he's giving me something to do. I'm glad you guys are listening. Please support Daniel. Please, if you can, donate $1, $2, whatever you can. Hit the subscribe button as much as you can, the like button. Tell other people to view the show. That'll be greatly appreciated. Also, keep an eye on my girl. ALC is doing real good things, man. She just got a book hub built for some inner city youth, man, who wrote to her office, man, and said, they didn't have a sufficient library and they're not being able to read good books. So she got the money from the government and actually built like a book hub for them, and it's thriving. And I want you guys to understand, if you can get your politicians in the red states, man, to do the same thing, all we need them to do, man, is make sure they're taking care of us, man, before they do any motherfucking thing, before they go to the motherfucking Ukraine, before they fuck with fucking Israel, before they do any of that shit. They need to make sure that the American people are taken care of. Like, we don't even care about them really taking care of immigrants and shit like that. But I tell them all the time, man, y'all got to cease with this fucking triangulation, man, where you're pitting us against one another and create resentments, man. Whatever you do for them, you got to do a little more for the American people, dude, or you're going to cause a race war, period. You're going to cause tension and conflict. And that's what I think they want to do. That's why it's imperative, man, that we back the ones like AOC that are really in office, trying to take advantage of government as much as she can to get whatever resources she can from us. Every politician that represents whatever particular state you in, we need to get rid of all these AIPAC funded motherfuckers. Everybody associated with AIPAC needs to fucking go on both fucking sides. So we can just put some people in so we can just solve that fucking problem right there. We need to put people in office, dude, who are going to make sure, I kind of sound like Trump here a little bit, American citizenship first. Because what they're doing, I don't think they realize they're doing this. They're actually blurring what it means to be a citizen of the United States. And again, this is not anti-immigrant, because we can do what they're doing for immigrants now. They just got to make sure they're doing more for the American people as well. Before you give a house to somebody else, man, you got to make sure that you give a house to your own, dude. And they can do it because they have the money. If they can print money out for all these punk ass wars and shit, then they have enough money, man, to take care of the people they should be taking care of. The American people.
Hell yeah.
And then all the people they fucked up in these wars. And then I got to go.
All right, Dr. Robert, it's been a pleasure as usual. Thank you for joining us tonight, and we will see you next time, buddy.
I appreciate you, man. Catch you later, Daniel. Thanks for everything.
Likewise. And that was Dr. Robert. Let's get back to Al, who we promised we'd bring back. Al, how you doing?
I'm still hanging in there.
Good.
Hey, a lot of people don't. Have you seen the photographs of the giant elephant and the giant woman laying on her side? That's a mountain range now. And the giant snakes and that are in the side of the and stuff.
Some people think they're like real living creatures that
they were. The Earth used to be a lot smaller than it is now. Back during Noah's day, the Earth was about a third the size it is now. All those earthquakes, that's not plate tectonics, that's the Earth expanding. It's growing. It's a living being, just like all the other, but it doesn't have a soul. Or it does got a spirit or whatever, but it doesn't have a mind. Does that make sense?
You're saying the Earth is like it's a human body.
No, it's a living being, but it doesn't have a mind like we do. It's a mindless living being.
It's conscious, but it doesn't sit there and think about.
No, it's not. No, it's not conscious. It's a living being, but it's not conscious. That's what I'm saying.
Ah.
Like animals are kind of conscious and aware of their surroundings, right? It's just a living being that's unaware of its surroundings. It's just there. You know what I mean?
What kind of cigarettes do you smoke?
Salem Silvers.
Salem. Witchcraft.
The smoothest freaking menthol I found out of all of them. When I found these, I thought was going to kill me the slowest.
That's hardcore.
All right. So, anyways, when these earthquakes happen, those are growing pangs. They're just getting bigger, and things mummify a lot, or things fossilize a lot. It only takes a few weeks to a couple hundred, or longer, a few weeks, but it only takes a couple hundred years to fossilize anything. So these people were real, and all these animals were real, and then freaking God put them to sleep, and then they just turned to stone, and then they grew with the planet. So now they're mountain ranges. And that's what the earthquakes are and shit like that. But back during Noah's day, there was an ice shield around the earth that was protecting us from the whatever. And then an angel or something happened. The aliens that showed up, the fallen ones, they penetrated. They found some way to get into the ice dome or through the ice thing. And they were down here doing their thing and shit like that. And genetic engineering crap. And that was pissing God off. So that's why he had an angel throw a comet through the ice shield. And that's what the 40 days of rain shit was during Noah's time. That was the ice shield melting. That's what the firmament is now. It used to be ice, and now it's a liquid.
I bet he threw a perfect spiral.
When they shoot the rockets, see how when they shoot the rockets up there, you seen the videos I was showing, it looks like it's treading water?
Yeah, that is some weird shit.
Yeah, it used to be made out of ice. It was a mile thick, and God had an angel throw a big rock through it.
Now, Al, is this the same as the firmament?
That is the firmament, yes.
So is that still up there then? Is that why it's so cold up there?
We've been under quarantine since the Lucifer Rebellion. You've heard of that, right?
From the Rancha book?
Well, that's from there too, but it was around before that, the story of it.
Yeah, of course.
Lucifer was God's first angel, dude. He was number one. He fucking got cocky and fucking drew a third of the fucking alien races down, or fell with him. There's been a war going off in the universe for fucking while now. But that's over now. How's this for a hypothetical? Let's just say that all that Jesus coming back and shit like that, and 1,000 years of putting the devil locked up for 1,000, and then 1,000 years of peace. All right. You're familiar with that, right?
The peaceful kingdom.
Yeah, well, according to that, that's supposed to be in our future. How about that's already happened in our past? And we've already had our 1,000 years of peace. That was Tartaria and all that we're being told now. And because according to
I've heard like some people get into this a little bit where they say that, and I've even heard biblical scholars say something similar, that that Christ, when it talks about the return of Christ, that was actually the first time he came, and that we are at the tail end of it, of Revelations, and actually what's coming is the final battle between the forces of good and the dragon.
Right, after the 1,000 years of peace, then God released the devils out of the pit again and let them come on to earth and start tempting us and shit like that for 100 years or so. And then this is the final battle after the 1,000 years of peace. And all your history, we're told about all these wars and shit that have been going on for the last 1,000 years. Maybe those are just lies and bullshit that they've told us just to not let us know that we're in the actual final days, that God's getting ready to destroy the earth after the 1,000 years of peace we've already had. And this is the final battle between good and evil.
The final chapter. It's the final countdown.
It's the greatest show in the universe, dude. Nothing like this has ever happened, nor ever will happen ever again in the entire universe. What's going on here on Earth? The whole universe is what? Hey, remember I told you I could Want me to tell you how to see spaceships?
Tell me.
Okay, what I do is I sit there and stare at the sky, and just sit there and kind of don't focus on anything, just kind of stare at the sky. And then I'll see a star disappear. And then once I see that star disappear, then I'll start seeing a wave. And I'll start tracking the wave. And then when I start tracking the wave, I'll see a little pinprick of light right in the center of it. What I'm actually seeing is a cloaked ship, and I'm seeing that the wave I'm seeing isn't a wave. It's the edges, the points on the ship. The curves where they vanish.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the curves on the edge of the ship where they vanish as it's cloaked going through the sky. What the wave is the ship bending light around it.
You're in kind of a rural area, aren't you?
No, I'm in the middle of Salt Lake City, dude.
You're in the middle of the city, but when you show me like video of where you live, it looks like you're kind of more remote.
I don't recall showing you any video where I lived.
No, never mind. Okay, you're in the city.
Yeah, but if I stare up at the sky at night and I can sit there and just stare at it and like I said, I'll see a star disappear for a split second, and then I'll see a wave, and I'll start tracking the wave, and then I can see the whole ship moving through the sky. Sometimes I see a lot of them.
I've seen similar things. One time I looked up at the sky and like I thought it was a falling star, right? I saw this thing streaking against the sky, but then I saw one going in the other direction and then the other direction. And I was like, okay, it's a meteor shower. But then they started like glowing brightly, like they started like spinning around and shining, like flaring up. I mean, you could say maybe it's exploding because it's hitting the atmosphere, but there's way too many of them all doing it in tandem. These were not meteors. They were some kind of UFOs or something. It was weird.
I seen something darting in and out of our dimension one night. The green light kept zigging and zagging, then it'd disappear, like going through a portal and disappear, and then pop out again, zigging and zagging, and pop back in, disappear, and then pop back out and zig around for a little bit, like it was running from something in another dimension.
I saw this thing. It must have been the size of a football field, and it flew over, and it changed shape, and then it slowly flew away. It was weird as fuck.
Huh. Most of the stuff I see, it looks like it's way up there and looks like it's way bigger than a football field.
Probably. This one was huge, and it had those red, like FAA looking lights on it, which makes me think that it's something like William Cooper described, like it's one of ours, but it's just huge.
Well, you know how I'm telling you about oh shit, where was I going with that thought? Anywho, what were we just talking about?
Well, I don't remember. I'm high, probably more so than you.
Well, I'm going to change the subject real quick. Hey, have you been seeing military helicopters flying over you?
Well, I'm not far from several military bases, so that I would not be able to discern.
Well, are you seeing more now than you have in the past?
I'm not in the right location for that because here in Washington State, we have military bases in every direction.
Well, I've got a huge underground alien base here that's fucking 1,300 square miles.
I don't doubt you.
But anywho, there's a lot of military helicopter activity around here lately.
There's areas where I forget exactly where, but the Native Americans, it's let's put it this way, it's near one of the reservations, and they know where all the entrances are and stuff like that. They can take you there and watch ships coming and going out of mountains.
I know where there's a few here too, but where I'm going with this is sometimes at night I chain smoke. I smoke a lot, and I'll be out here outside smoking. I hear gun battles going off in the distance every now and then. Remember that one time I was talking to you and I heard one going off?
Yeah, I think we may have heard it.
I called the cops and frickin' they said they got a couple reports about it, but I never heard any sirens or nothing. Didn't hear nothing about it on the news.
Yeah, I
did see something. I looked something up the other day and I saw something about some dude in a military uniform somebody stole a military van from somewhere, and they had a gun battle just south of me around the same location where I was hearing that. So that could have been that. But still,
years ago, there was a guy that
gun battles
going on from the airport here, and it was national news. You probably remember it when the guy stole the airplane and he drove it into some island, and people were saying, "Oh, he was trying to point something out. That's another Epstein Island that he flew into."
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I mean, I could look it up. It was years ago. It was freaking weird, man.
Well, I'm just saying every now and then I hear gun battles going off in the distance here, like they're mop-up operations for what's going on with that. The
Hey,
Whitehead
you
shit.
like to rap, right? You like to rap a little bit here and there.
I like ICP and Twisted.
Well, I want to start a new project, and it's not even new. I've been talking about it for years. I talked about it with Perdata, but a rap album with truthers on it, and we'll rap about all the fucking esoteric shit.
Isn't that
And
what
then-
Kyle McDonald's already doing?
Who's doing that?
Kyle McDonald.
Oh, no, his name's like Mac McDonald or something
Oh,
like that.
yeah,
isn't
the
it?
guy with the,
Tom
the
McDonald,
guy with the,
something like
the
that.
guy with the blonde dreadlocks.
Yeah, and he raps about like Eminem being a clone and stuff like that.
He is. Or a robot.
Yeah, there's something weird going on there.
Hell, sometimes when I see Trump or Biden on freaking TV, I can tell it's a freaking robot.
Yeah, a very senile robot.
Oh, you know about them deepfake masks, right?
Yeah, in fact, there's plenty of videos that show Biden looking completely different than he did 20 years ago. Like his nose and eyes look different.
How about
There's
the video showing the mask sprinkling on his neck and stuff?
The mask, and also videos that make it look like he's in front of a green screen. There's so much of it surrounding this guy. It's like with Hillary, there were like 3 or 4 different Hillarys.
So I told you, you're watching a movie. You're watching a movie until they make the announcement until they shut the internet, the TV, and the radio down, do the emergency broadcast, telling everybody what's going on. Then frickin' you're gonna keep watching a movie.
Okay, this is funny. Raven in the chat says that she smoked a joint with Shaggy 2 Dope and his mom.
Cool.
That's hilarious. Like he's hanging out with his mom and they're smoking joints together.
Yeah, I'm not a juggalo, but I'm not a juggalo, but I'm definitely down with the clown.
Have you ever watched those documentaries on YouTube about the gathering of the juggalos?
Yeah.
That is some funny shit.
They consider the federal government or the United States Incorporated considers juggalos a gang.
That's right. I'm not scared of them.
Hey, I found some videos of some high-profile rappers.
Yeah.
Doing doing phone recordings at home on their phone shit and admitting to shit like getting gang raped by bigger black guys. In order to move up in the industry, you have to let them gang rape you.
Well, you remember when I had that guest on?
That's true for Hollywood too.
Yeah, I feel like such a dick when I can't remember the names of some of my guests because it was so long ago. I'm actually looking it up. Forgive me, everybody. But he told the story of how Siege Knight, Josh Monday, the Christian rapper, Siege Knight was trying to proposition him to basically bang him in the ass.
I saw a video of Pauly Shore admitting he was at a party, and Robert De Niro walked up and said, "Let me stick my finger up your ass." And he got all, "What? No," he's all, "Well, guess you ain't going nowhere." So he let him fucking do it, and then fucking Al Pacino walked up and fucking did the same thing to him, stuck their finger up his ass.
What the fuck?
He admitted it on camera. That's why he's not going anywhere in the industry, because he wouldn't put up with that shit.
This stuff sounds unbelievable, but why do we keep hearing the same stories over and over and over again?
Because we're at the end of days and the truth will be known to all. We're going into the age of Aquarius where all knowledge is being poured out. All truths are being revealed.
Yeah, some fucking nasty ass homo shit going on behind the
Hey, what do you
scenes.
think? Hey, what do you think of that synagogue shit there in New York? Do you hear about that?
Yes, I meant to bring that up. I think I did last week. I don't remember.
I just earlier before I got on here, I saw a picture of they had fucking bloody mattresses fucking set up like a menorah in one of the rooms down there, dude. Because they were apparently, according to the Talmud, it's legal for them to fucking eat children up to the age of 9 years old.
I don't remember that verse. I know
I said the Talmud, not the fucking Torah, the Talmud.
Yeah, I know that pedophilia is okay in certain parts of the Talmud, or the Talmud, I should say.
Yeah, pedophilia and fucking cannibalism and shit's all fucking legal according to them. In their
I gotta
fucking
find that cannibalism part.
books. Talmud's more important to them than the freaking Torah.
Raven
Torah
says same
is
thing
book.
happened to Brendan Fraser, aka Encino Man. He got butt fingered.
Why do you think these people disappear? Shit, man, they get tired of that crap. We're done with that garbage.
Yeah, it's funny because like this is what everybody wants, right? They want to be famous, they want to be an actor, they want to be in movies, but what type of price does this come at? You got to like get a
Exactly.
stretch sphincter.
Like, those are our idols now. Everybody looks up. All these children looking up to Beyonce and fucking Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift started off all sweet and innocent. Now she's up there performing witchcraft on stage.
Oh yeah, and she's ruining football too. Skank.
Football, the NFL and the NBA are scripted. Have you seen the videos of the NFL players and NBA players that bit into it on their phone cameras?
Al, I was gonna save this until the the sports segment of the show. But I was gonna say just that more and more I'm realizing, especially like you're seeing all this stuff about the Ravens and the 49ers. I told myself if the Ravens and 49ers are the last two teams left standing, that unanimously 100% proves to me that the NFL is scripted and fake.
I've seen videos of players actually admitting to it on their camera on their phone.
Really?
They're pissed off about it because they can't go out there and actually play. They're told what to do. They're getting tired of that shit. They want to go out there and have an actual game, but they can't because it's all about the money, dude. It's all about the sports bet. That's why it's scripted. You can sports bet.
Like the college football finals, like the Huskies were in there, and they got completely screwed by the refs. That was all fake shit right there.
I just heard earlier the A's might be moving here.
Are you happy about that?
I don't give a shit. No, what's going on is they need a place to go before they can't get their stadium in Vegas built till 26. And so they need a place to go for a couple of years. So they're looking for places to go move for a year or two.
That'd be lame. You get a baseball team for 2 years and they leave.
Well, our local team's already moving and getting a bigger stadium in the south end of the valley here across from me.
Are you talking about basketball?
No, they're called the Bees or the Buzz or something like that.
Huh.
They were the Twin. I think they're the Twins farm team or the Angels. They were the Angels. I think they're the Twins now.
Oh, okay. Minors.
Yeah, minor league.
Man, that's the one thing about
their stadium should be done by this summer, so they might end up using that for a couple of years.
You guys don't have enough sports. You guys don't have enough sports there. No offense.
I don't watch. That's a Coliseum, dude. It's a circus. It's just a distraction. Keep people away from what's really going on.
Yeah, I agree, but it's still entertaining.
Have you heard about the med beds yet?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the you lay down in them and it's like Star Trek. They just heal you instantly.
Level 1, they can make you brand new and keep you the same age. Level 2, they can regrow limbs, including teeth. If you're missing a limb, an organ, you climb in there and they'll make you a brand new limb, brand new organ.
I just want my hair back.
If you're at a high enough vibration spiritually, they'll let you get into level 3 and they'll de-age you by 25 years.
Huh. That would make me 15. I don't know if I want to be that young. Although
that'd make me 35. That'd be perfect.
So how do I want this? Like I want to be made like 28 again, like right now. How can I make this happen?
You're gonna have to wait till the med beds are here.
But see, that sounds like I don't know if I believe
there are currently 50,000 med beds dispersed around the United States right now, just waiting to be freaking opened.
Well, I want to break into one of these facilities and use it right now.
Why don't you just wait and have some patience and wait and trust the plan?
Hold on, like, are these the fake aliens that are going to give us this stuff?
No, these are the good aliens that are going to give us this stuff. The fake alien shit's the shit to scare you and make you fear the good aliens.
So you're saying like all this stuff I believe about end times, it's all bullshit. I'm just like brainwashed, and actually what's going on?
It depends. If you are at the right spirit, if you let go of all your emotional baggage, all your fears, all your guilt, all your freaking resentment, if you let go of all your negative bullshit, then you'll rise up to the 5D Earth and you'll be part of the Federation of Planets. If you want to continue to be an asshole and go around fucking with people, and if you want to be an asshole and go around fucking with people all the time and just being a dickhead everywhere you go, then you're going to end up in the freaking stay on the 3D Earth, where you're going to have to go through the end times, what the Bible says. But the Antichrist and all that shit.
On Twitter. I only do that on social media, not in real life.
No, I'm just saying, if you got a negative attitude, you're not going to ascend up into the 5D Earth where freaking Jesus is going to be at. and roll for whatever. You're going to end up staying on the 3D Earth, and you're going to just be.
All righty, thank you, Al. That was wonderful. But it is 333, the number of the Masons. So let's move on. Okay, like when I was talking to Al just now, I remember there was something important I want to talk about. And this is something that I don't think that many people even know about. One name for it is occult mimicry, and another name for it, or way of describing it, would be mimetic demons. So I just want to make people more aware, because learning about this has helped my consciousness evolve and has made me more hardened and more wise to what's going on. And therefore, negative entities are more unable to affect me because I know this. It's that simple. Knowledge protects, ignorance endangers. So I want to talk about mimetic demons. And a mimetic demon, and by the way, this was actually told to me by a spirit. That's how I started to go down this road, but that's besides the point. Mimetic demons, what I mean is demons, they have an ability to copy just about anything. They can copy people's voices. They can literally physically shapeshift into you, into other people, and appear right in front of you. The only thing that's a little off are the eyes. They can enter into a person's mind, and they can mimic the person's own like the sound and the feel of their own consciousness. They can pretend to be your thoughts. You ever heard the phrase, your thoughts are not your own? Or have you ever heard the phrase intrusive thoughts? Have you ever looked into the work of Swedenborg? Well, we are constantly bombarded by signals from outside. That's the purpose of a temple. A temple is designed to block signals from the outside. These demonic beings, they are constantly trying to manipulate us. They may appear in your mind as the thoughts of somebody else. That's where a lot of people's insecurities come from. They imagine everybody in the room is thinking terrible things about them. This thus puts you in a state of paranoia, a morose fear. It is a way of them giving you their mind, as you hear in the Carlos Castaneda series. Demons, they are experts at finding your Achilles heel, and they will often use mimicry to get at you. They may disguise themselves as a famous person or somebody close in your life or a family member. They love to divide people and destroy relationships. You might remember the movie The Exorcist, where they're using the Ouija board and the demon presents himself as Captain Jack, I believe. This like almost cartoonish character, and then later on we find out that it is a demon. I'm trying to remember Pazazu. So in order for you to guard yourself from these beings, part of it is differentiating your own consciousness from things coming from outside. And ironically, once you are able to stop buying into what these things are telling you and succumbing to their constant fear triggers, they will be forced to respect you, and they may even begin to talk to you firsthand, right? So once you start to see through their games, then it goes to the next level, and you become more like a sorcerer or a cultist, and you're able to differentiate your own consciousness from these things. And you also learn various methods to protect yourself from them. This might be burning sage. This might be imagining a force field around you. It might be praying to Jesus or mentioning his blood, or using some other tactic from Christianity or other belief systems that are designed to drive these things off. The more you can become aware of demonic mimicry, the less energy you will expel. What they're doing is they're trying to drive you into a paranoid state, a negative state of low vibration, so that they can feed off your negative emotions, right? This is common. They call it loosh. You see this a lot in like the conspiracy, new agey sort of circles and things like that. But in order for them to do that, they have to get you to react. And once they get you to react, then they start feeding. Once you take their food away, they become they'll start to actually leave you alone. Once they can't use you as a food source, they will move on to easier prey. So the best thing you can do is make yourself more and more aware. and truly believe in the existence of negative entities and parasites, because I assure you they are real. And like Swedenborg says, you're never going to get rid of them unless you stop loving what they have to say. So I just wanted to throw that out there, just something I've been thinking of. I feel like I've been making great strides in my own life, not letting these things trigger me into paranoia, trigger me into anger. I felt much more clear-headed the past few weeks. I felt a lot less bothered. One thing they also try to do is they try to wear me down, physically wear me out, because when I'm worn down, I'm more unable to defend myself from their constant attacks. You have many levels of demons. You have some that are just stupid, right? They're practically like just astral animals. They're bovine. They don't do much besides go around the astral plane and look for easy snacks. And then you have ones that are more like archdemons, bigger ones that will actually set up complicated traps and synchronicities in order to screw up your life, make you miserable, cause you pain, destroy relationships, even get you fired from your job. That's one thing they love to do, because if they can keep you in financial bondage, then they have more control of you and more control of your life. But that does not mean that there is not good out there. If you are able to deal with these beings, I believe that there's a reward waiting for you of a clear consciousness and more spiritual discernment. And I think you're more likely to stop reincarnating here on Earth. I think that's part of it, is kind of overcoming that cycle. And a part of overcoming that cycle is overcoming these parasites, which lead people to make war and do negative things, kill each other. These beings are behind a lot of serial killers, things of that nature. And I'm a very spiritual person. I don't expect everybody out there to believe me. I've as many of you know, people that know my story, I got very into black magic in around 2020, and that got rid of any last bit of doubt as to the existence of demonic beings. I mean, I was dealing with them firsthand. They were talking to me. I was interacting with them. So how am I going to say that they don't exist? And maybe it's because I reached a certain level, and I probably could convince myself that it was all delusion and psychosis if I really worked at it. But that's just not the truth. And it shows you the spell that these things have over everybody. But I don't want to keep rambling on. Skid and Destroy, we are right across the river from an old asylum. Yeah, they hang out in places like that, cemeteries. Boy, go watch the movie Nefarious. I think I've mentioned this before, but my God, that is one educational movie for people that are spiritual, for people that are aware of the demonic realm. Watch that movie. It like a lot of this stuff that people think of as scary, it's really educational. And really, you should not fear them. That's what they want you to do. They want you to be afraid. The more afraid you are of them, the more you will deny their existence, and the more you will be pushed into that materialistic atheism that most people are stuck in right now. I kind of wanted to talk about mind control harmonics as well, but I think that we're crossing over into two areas. Me talking about this stuff does not mean that there's not actual technology being used as well. It may weaken your aura from these spiritual attacks. It might be a completely separate process that happens on the side. This might be technology that is being given to humans by the demonic realm or fallen angels. There's a lot of crossover here. I'm not saying that it can't be caused by harp and harmonics. I'm not saying that it can't be caused by nanobots or extremely low frequency waves, voice to skull transmission. This is not me denying that actual science out there. This is me saying that spiritual beings are able to use the same pathways to achieve similar results. Feel me? Okay. But I'm not going to go too much into the mind control harmonics. I just wanted to mention, though, that somebody did tell me that they were experiencing something like all of a sudden they begin to hear all these harmonics going off at once and patterns. It almost sounds like music. That literally is mind control software being broadcast to us. I think David Icke might say it's coming from Saturn or coming from the moon. He might be speaking a little bit metaphorically there, but there is frequencies in the air. This might be why people, say like, oh, you conspiracy theorists, you wear foil hats and stuff like that. There's some kind of truth hidden behind these types of slanders. There are ways being broadcasted that mind control people, that can block them from achieving higher thinking. If your mind reaches a certain conclusion, these technologies can kind of like just slide it out of your mind, make you instantly forget. There's truth behind the idea of the men in black that are using devices to instantly wipe people's memory. This is something that they can do. Remember, I told you guys about the dream I had. It was a dream, but I was told by characters in this dream that they were Illuminati and they had technology to pretty much control our dreams, enter into our dreams, and do all kinds of things that way. Well, they also have memory erasure technology and much, much more. It's beyond your wildest dreams. I don't expect you to believe me, but maybe you'll find some proofs in the future. Let's see if Clint is still hanging out. Oh,
yeah,
that's really rough.
Well, I got this. Damn, where'd it go? Fuck, I just had it. Oh, here it is. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but the Greek tongue hath his name be Apollyon, or Apollo, or Osiris, or Lucifer. And that's Revelations chapter 9, verse 11. Think about that. I mean, that's just a coincidence, but
Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus, Deus. That's Latin for Zeus. And they changed it from a Z to a D because of the Greek delta, because the god could never be unaccompanied by his goddess. The Greek delta was a triangle for the goddess was known as the delta, like a upside down triangle, looks like a girl's bush.
Even in nature, we see these things.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking of that picture you put up of, was it it was Inanna, or it might have been another goddess, the one with the owls.
Yeah, I still got that on the other thing.
It's just like prominently displaying her vajay. She has no shame. She's shameless in her ways.
Yeah, the religion of the goddess was, it's like that quote by the Eliphas Levi, where he says that he names all these religions and says, they're all carefully concealed within, and that the goddess worship has been carefully concealed. I'll try to sum up the quote. Behind the veil, or did I read this quote already? Behind the veil of all heretic or hieretical and mystical allegories of ancient doctrines, behind the darkness and strange ordeals of the initiations under the seal of the sacred writings in the ruins of Nineveh, and the Thebes, on the crumbling stones of the temples of old, and on the blackened visage of the Assyrian or Egyptian Sphinx, in the monstrous or marvelous paintings which interpret the faithful of India, the inspired pages of the Vedas, and the cryptic emblems of our old books on alchemy, in the ceremonies practiced at reception by all secret societies. There are found indications of a doctrine which is everywhere the same and everywhere carefully concealed. Eliphas Levi. And Albert Pike will say the same thing, and several other quotes that Wayne Cooper covers. And I'm pretty sure I found that quote on my own, but Albert Pike says that it's a concealed worship. The initiates are the only ones who understand the meanings, and it's littered throughout all cultures, like how it was listing off all those different cultures. It's like the secret initiations of all the cultures. You know, it's like that's one of the initiations. With see, he's on a lion sarcophagus or a deathbed, and see the two women, the two goddesses, the two mothers. You know, this stuff goes way back. This old science. The two mothers were the A and the E combined, the ether. You know, that they were you know, the mother in the Christian religion was you know, Eve was given the power of good and evil, and the alchemist.
So what are we looking at here? Is this like
This
looks
is
like a body?
Well, this is every tomb had its own depictions of the deities and the god, the concealed god Osiris.
Skating across it looks like the guy like laying down is pitching a tent.
Yeah, well, that's why there's it's the symbolism of it. The modern people don't understand the symbolism, where it was a symbolism of the god and the generative force, and that's why it was an obelisk. But the dark side sects misunderstood the symbolism and turned it into a sex cult, and that's why in certain cathedrals in Europe, during World War II, when they were damaged, there was either an obelisk or a stone phallic symbol in the cathedral, inside their altars, because it was a symbol of Osiris in the altar. It has to do with an ancient secret religion, which is heavily guarded. It's never written down. In Blavatsky's book, where she practices the dark side of it, she only makes allegory to it. See, there's a Gorgon. You know, this is Typhon, and that you know, the names, the gods are all, you know, it's a very strange story where it's like, I'm pretty sure Apollyon fights Typhon, and that it was like a battle of these deities, or, you know, not necessarily deities, but like half demon, half person, you know,
Chaos snake things.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many cultures with snake, serpent leg people.
Hold on a second. Sorry, but I'm noticing. Do you see the ear right there?
Oh, it's pointed.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Look at his hairstyle too. It's just like Lord of the Rings.
I've seen this sort of thing time and time again. These pointed ears, man, it's weird.
Yeah, the Typhonian order, that's another order that is one of the Masonic orders that isn't officially Masonry. See, there's the bird, which is another version of Horus taking the generative force, you know, and then after this
another dude pitching a tent.
Yeah, it's the symbolism of it takes the generative force and then it throws it into the river, and then it's
ripping his dick off.
Well, it's eaten by the fish, you know, and that has to do. Well, that has to do with the 14 parts of Osiris in the mystery schools, the Osiric cycle, which has to do with the demon days, which Osiris was cut into 14 pieces, and that the goddess Astarte or Isis, she became Soker Osiris, and she became a bird, or the dove, which then went and flocked to find the 14 pieces, or maybe it was 15, but one of them was missing, and the piece that was missing was the generative force, and thus the legend of the obelisk was born. You know, which, you know, the original piece though was lost, and it was eaten by a fish. You know, and I believe that was an ancient lore symbolism for Christianity becoming the new caretaker of the secret word, the secret generative force, and that in the time of the Christians, the early Christians, were high mathematics and initiations into, you know, real mystery schools, which, you know, carried the real gnosis according to the mystery schools.
Now,
they practiced the false gnosis.
You just made a really good point, because like my mind is racing when you're saying this. I'm thinking of like the typical idea of a Christian today, right? People think Christians are dumb, they're ignorant, they're brainwashed, they believe whatever this old book says. But that was done to them on purpose. The real original Christians, like you were just saying, mathematicians, like astrologists, like holders
astronomy.
of knowledge. Yeah,
They were
everything's
sailors.
flipped.
They built the temples of stone, for the Greeks. They were the Masons, the real Masons who, were practicing an ancient art of stone building. And, the Masons built the arch, the Keystone Arch is an arch built because at the degree it's built because of the axis of the earth. And they knew the measurements. And they were, this picture though is a picture of the goddess. And then see how the lady on top has a spear. Inanna was also called the spear thrower or something. And it has a monolith with a serpent on top.
Wow.
And then I'm guessing that's
wings.
Apollyon on the I'm not sure who that is on the right, but it's an interesting see, here's an old picture of I'm not sure what this is from, but that guy is this is a real well, it's funny because I recently seen this guy's shit on eBay where he had magical talismans and shit, and it was on Ripley's Believe It or Not, and he was that's obviously a fake thing, like but
but still, like
it's
that is just the fucking funniest looking thing I've ever seen. Anybody that's listening to this, go to YouTube. You gotta watch this show. You gotta see these pictures.
It's crazy because the occult that was one of the fathers of the modern occultist age, supposedly, and that it's a strange subject. This is a picture of Horus. I don't remember which stage, but then the eagle behind him, and then see how his hand is up to his mouth. That's the sh, the sh sign, because it was at the entrance of the temples because it was a secret. That's where it comes from. Ancient Egypt, where they were, it was a secret, like shh, keep your mouth shut, and it's
they still do that.
Yeah, and I don't remember what that. There's a carving of the Gorgon, which Perseus or I forget his name.
I think that one. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that may have been Athena's shield because if you notice, it's kind of framed. So because the legend was that like the head got cut off and then it got put on her shield.
Oh, yeah. I never noticed that. I do know the story. I just didn't think about that.
And again, I don't know that for sure. I'm just speculating here.
This is a picture of the old Astarte symbol. See how it's like it's not an actual pyramid it's not it's an equilateral triangle, but it's the degree of the triangle is the same degree as the tip of an obelisk. And you see the symbol of Venus above, and then the two hands held up, and it was an interesting symbol because it's a symbol of the goddess. That book that I showed you from the Necronomicon related book with the stele that had the similar symbol with the bull on it. See, that's an ancient religion. This is the Templars of the supposedly raising the goat of Mendes, as above, so below.
Isn't that Baphomet?
Yeah, the goat of Mendes is Baphomet. And that the opposite was Sophia. Baphomet was Temofab in reverse, which is the double-headed generative force. Or that's that's documented in that Jordan Maxwell book. I forget what it's called, Stellar Masonic Astronomy or something. But see, if you notice the frog's hand, he's wearing a mason ring.
What the hell? This is on a cartoon. These people are sick.
It says flushed away. There's that's from a Masonic chair. Some depictions of cherubim. See, I've been studying the Apocalypse. Been studying a lot of weird stuff for a really long time. There's the Pope. And he's burning an incense. It's which is custom to ceremonial magic,
hypnosis, and he's got the red crosses, where the cross is exactly in the middle.
Well, there's another thing. What's that?
What is the name of those crosses? Those red ones?
Oh, well, those are Maltese crosses. Basically, they're a little
Gotcha.
bit less sharp, but this was I can't remember what that was exactly. I like to save the woodcuts of stuff because
Well, this is an interesting one. Yeah, right here.
yeah, see the
Both of
bottom
them actually-
left, it's got the orb with the cross on it, and then the bottom right, it's got the cup that's pouring out the liquid. These are
Oh.
symbols. On the top is the dove, and the
Can you
the
make
two
this one
guards.
bigger?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's fitting in the screen.
Oops.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, see,
Oh,
what does that say? Potestas die, if anybody wants to translate that real quick. And then Effudet Purimam. I'm not sure what that means. It probably means like earth and heaven, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's Latin.
But it's like
This thing in the middle is weird too. It's like a handle sort of thing. It looks kind of like a lamp or something.
Oh yeah, well they adopted their locks from the Egyptians, and that the Egyptians had stone and wood locks, but then the Romans improved it.
Okay, this one right here.
Yeah, see, that's a
Sonoras.
wizard, and he's wearing black and white, and that it's I'm not sure what I really need to label shit a little bit better. That's the Jacob's ladder or whatever.
Jacob's ladder.
And then see the guy with his head on the stone. The stone was the symbol of Peter or Petra, and that
And she's climbing a stairway
it's
to
also
heaven.
oh yeah, well, it's also a symbol of the ashlar. The stone is, and you remember how the initiate was the ashlar.
Oh man, that is
there's 7 rungs, I think.
It's consciousness.
Well, I don't know. I believe that we're spirits and that we don't actually have consciousness. That's damn it. I didn't label this whole batch of pictures.
This one's weird right here.
Yeah, that is weird. I'm not sure what's going
What is
on
that in
there.
the middle?
It looks like a lamb. I'm gonna have to zoom in real quick.
And then on each side are like these angel guys, and they have faces like Anubis, kind of.
Oh, yep. There's that's the 4 symbols like on the Chartres Cathedral around Jesus. So there's the angel, the hawk, the bull, and then the cat. And there's the lamb that's the symbol of Jesus, obviously. I'm not sure what these guys around it are.
Yeah, state and destroy. Catholicism is definitely a cult.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that particular thing has to do with Revelations and a number of other books that it's like they drew depictions of stuff that was see there's the cat one, and then there's the bull one on the top left. The archer, the sword bearer. These are the 4 horsemen right there. That's what that is.
And you know what's also weird is that like one of the horsemen kind of he kind of like sounds like Apollo.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean it's like they're working for the pit, the demon in the pit named Apollo.
And war could be like Mars.
There's the symbol
Aries.
of the British intelligence. You notice the unicorn or Uniceros, which was some say it was a symbol of Lucifer, and there's depictions of Mother Mary with a unicorn.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's I got pictures of it in here somewhere. There's Inanna, and some ancient glyphs. But see, she's holding 2 serpents in her hand because it's like she was the female counterpart to Hercules, who was born with 2 serpents that he was holding in his hands, and he killed, just like Osiris.
She's got her tits hanging out. She's just like, I don't give a fuck. I'm so strong.
She's got something on her head. It's probably an owl. Oh, is that a cat or an owl?
Probably an owl. No, it's a cat.
Oh, that's interesting.
Here's my cat on my head. I'm killing all of you.
Yes, a high priestess of the demonic side. I'm not sure what's going on. It looks like she's having sex with the mummy. That's
I love you
pre-Egyptian.
5 and not having
Uh,
sex with me.
yeah, that's pre-dynastic Egypt. Symbolism, of course. There's
Oh man, here
Inanna
we
in the
go.
various
Here's the
forms.
mother load right here.
Yeah, see the middle one, the Egyptian version feeding Tammuz, which is the Babylonian. Here's Inanna. There's the Babylonian counterpart.
She's
I mean,
everywhere.
this one was the Phoenician version, I'm pretty sure. But the symbolism of each culture it's always the same, it's crazy. See, there's on the top right here, there's an Egyptian magic wand that was made out of gold.
Oh, that's cool.
And I think
wonder
that's
why
a
it's
chisel. This was some demon. I can't remember what it was, but there's a weird out of place characters in the Egyptian mythos and the hieroglyphs that like this troll looking dwarf guy that is at Osiris's birth when he's baby Horus and he's killing the snakes. In the background above it shows this little dwarf guy that I'm pretty sure I have a picture of it somewhere. Those are old Roman coins from sex tokens from prostitutes. But see, here's a stele with the goddess symbol. See, and if you go to a map of the Vatican and you look at it from above, it's shaped like a keyhole, just like this. And
Looks
that
like a portal.
well, I think it's a symbol of an alignment. See, because at the top is Venus and the moon, I would assume, and that.
Well, basically how it works is see the triangle part, those are considered steps. Then there's a platform, and then there's a big circle. And you're correct. When the planet or whatever moves and it's alignment with certain planets or the sun or whatever, the idea is you're supposed to go through the circle and then you'll go into another dimension, or it's a Stargate or something.
Stargate,
like that.
yeah. My ex that was into the occult heavily was she believed the Stargates were real. I don't know if she was just loony or she claimed to have seen all sorts of weird
she's
stuff.
right.
It's definitely a huge possibility that this is a Masonic test.
Michael Aquino, the guy they accused of being a pedophile, the like Luciferian Templarist, that guy. Yeah, he came on this show, and
that's crazy
he's
you had him on here.
Yeah, he was telling me that this is the guy that was the head of the NSA, like he's the head of PSYOPs.
Oh, yeah. He was also the high priest of the Temple of Set.
Yep, he's the creator, and he was part of the Church of Satan with Anton LaVey as well. Anton LaVey's daughter left the Temple of Satan and joined the Temple of Satan. But anyways, like he told me that the Stargates are real and they have all to do with the Earth's electromagnetic field.
Well, he's got pictures. He's wearing the psychological operations pendant with the horse head with the 2 lightning bolts. And he was stationed in Gorbachev's Presidio, the Presidio Plaza or whatever. And that's a huge rabbit hole. The connection of the Temple of Set, Satanism, and the Russians. Gorbachev, because Gorbachev was a communist, and that the Bush Senior pardoned Gorbachev or something and gave him the Presidio. Because Bush Senior's skull and bones, and that the Russian enterprise is it's their experiment, just like China's another experiment. It's like when the UN formed by the Satanists and the communists and the socialist Nazis, their first experiment was Korea. They had that was the experimental new country that they were gonna mess with, and that's why America invaded Korea, and then next they invaded Vietnam, which was the second experimental country, and then every country so on. That's it's all part of the UN plan. Here's the serpent being killed by the Cadmos dragon. It says, I don't remember who's killing it, but there's so much of that serpent lore.
Yes, giant serpents and dragons and leviathans, they all represent chaos.
Yeah. Well, I think they may be physical spirits, possibly. That's Astarte from Syria.
Or physical beings.
Astarte altar in Syria. See the moon above, and then on her head is the bull horns.
Yeah,
You know?
this stuff is so badass. I love anything from like Mesopotamia.
This is a wall from Babylon. I mean, look at that craftsmanship.
Yeah, amazing.
I mean, it's insane.
They had better technology then than now.
Well, I think they definitely had some kind of machines. I don't remember who that is, but this is common occurrence with the Masons, where it's like with when Obama was inaugurated, he didn't put his hand on his heart, and then he refused to swear in the Bible, and he was inaugurated at a Masonic ball, and he was even his Newsweek magazine inaugural picture of his hand on the seal of America showed a Masonic ring. This is the owl at the center of the Pentagon, I believe, or it might be somewhere else. There is an owl, though, at the center of the Pentagon, which part of it was they helped design it. The guy that did it was, who's that Satanist that was involved with the NASA or whatever? What's his name?
Jack Parsons?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Jack Parsons and some other guy was involved with the Pentagon, and it's like the Pentagon was an old symbol that Jordan Maxwell says it was pointed to the north for a reason. Here's the backbone of Osiris, which that's old Egyptian symbology. It's Venus and Saturn, July 1st. That has to do with there's a Viking stele which has a cross on it. Egyptian. Here's an alchemical symbol of the concealed god, and that see it's riding a dragon of some sort, and it's definitely a weird it's like they believed in a double being. There's the buckle of Isis, aka Sirius symbology. That's
All
from
right,
India.
Clint, we're at 4 hours and 11 minutes. This is great. Please hold on to these, and I'd love to get back into this. This has been great. Thank you for bringing
there's a
these
lot.
pictures. Yeah, this is badass. This has been like one of my favorite segments.
Yeah, I mean, I've got massive amounts of pictures. See, there's the Masonic symbology of the third degree, skull and bones, and the see, it's like these aren't in the right order, but the first 3 degrees are these. They show you this wall, and they're like and then you're taught a certain symbolism for it. See the dove above the stairs, and then above the dove is the secret word, and that there's the G with the 6-pointed star, and that then the initiates walking between the 2 pillars. I mean, it's I could explain this for like 3 hours, and it just goes on and on and on.
Right on.
See,
well, let's continue this next time. Hopefully, I do want to continue with the plan to end every show at 4 hours and 20 minutes in honor of our favorite hobby. But Clint, do you have any last words?
Just to I mean, we can't defeat our enemy unless we know the enemy, and we must use our intelligence and our we must be intelligent. We must use peace and not advocate towards violence in any way whatsoever. We can't insult our enemies. We have to have honor and maintain like a Bushido honor of integrity and honor, and we have to use the laws against them. I believe we could file writs of quo warranto against every unconstitutional thing and dismantle the whole thing, but it would take so much paperwork. But that's the only legal remedy that I can find to stop the unconstitutional wars and the unconstitutional taxes, the unconstitutional currency. That's the only remedy I can find, according to all the law researchers and stuff. Like it's definitely like, it's like William Cooper says in Vietnam, he said, know your enemy. And he said they eat, breathed, and slept Vietnamese culture, and that they knew everything about them, and that it's like he was trained on a lower level, and the Vietnamese war was wrong and stuff, and it was a UN war. But like the idea that if we don't know our enemy, we can't defeat them, and we don't even stand a chance. And that's why we have to study this. We have to study the religion, from both perspectives. We have to study everything about these people, do background checks, look at who they are, what they're doing. When you see a celebrity on TV doing something, or some politician, it's like, look at their past and you'll see who they are. It's like how people believe in, the modern day dictator, where he's racist, and he was been a racist since the 80s and 90s. And like, he's up there pretending like he likes black people when, he said what he thought back in the 80s. They made fun of it all over. It's like, he was, it's like that video of the lady waking up and she's in the retirement home and she's like, who's the leader? And they tell her, and she's like, oh my God, put me back to sleep. It's like we're sitting here, it's like that Zededucation thing. We're living in clown world. Like, it's like these people are just, it's just all fucking, it's all, it's all complete BS. And we're sitting here, the victims of it. And unless we do advanced research and take the time, to study the subjects at hand, then we're not going to be able to overcome this economic slavery system that, does war with our money. It takes our paychecks and it makes war. That's what it does. It's like William Cooper says in the, he says, all the military people, it's a socialist system, the military, and all the military people, they're waiting for war. They want war because, they can't advance in certain ranks unless they have war experience. And, the whole war machine, that's what it is. It's the combination of Nazi and communists backed by Rothschild money and Vatican, Knights of Malta, the inner city of London, every possible, aristocracy. And it's like the old families of the Roman nobility never left. They just took up the crowns of Europe, and then they switched to, these high ranking position of noble families that, they're sitting in every office in every country of the world. And, they're doing what they do best, which is deceive. Everything they say is a lie. It's like you can't even turn the TV on without seeing, an insane amount of complete fabricated, something that's put there to make you think a certain way, to grip your emotions and to make you believe in something, and to feed off your emotions. And we have to do what our enemies do. We have to have no emotions, because that's what they're doing, and they're destroying us. We have no unity. We're sitting here tearing each other apart. All these people proud that they're trash talking, and it's just, it's just insane. These people are all toxic. They all want to trash talk. Nobody wants to get along and freaking, bite the bullet and say that they were wrong once in a while, and like, it's like, it's crazy. There's a toxic community of, people that are just, they're all brainwashed and all these different genres of things, judging everybody else. And, it's like, it's like the whole judge not lest ye be judged, the Jesus thing. It's like we can't walk around judging everybody, otherwise we're never going to get anywhere. And that, it's like he says, my people die for lack of knowledge, meaning they don't have any knowledge, and they're here getting abused and enslaved and put into contracts, and and that's because they don't have they have the lack of knowledge, and knowledge is power, and that if we don't have any knowledge, if we don't know our rights, we don't have any power, and that it's definitely it's the whole subject about because there's so many people that are fake awake, and that's the whole it's just crazy. I mean, there's anybody who's sitting here in the modern world, seeing what's happening and not thinking that there's a great plan at work that is orchestrating things and that is creating false uprising and false pride in certain things, and this pride and these movements are all designed by people that understand human interaction, and they understand they're highly educated in human interaction and the results of things that are shown to these people, and they're shown to them on purpose to incite an emotion, and that emotion is what is driving their goals. People are emotional about things that are it's just crazy. It's they're being used against each other. It's no different than the simple phrase ordo ab chaos. Chaos fathers order. Ab is father. It's they're using this Hegelian dialect of doublespeak and just flat out lying to anyone who's a member of a secret society or even certain political belief systems. They will lie about everything. It's like the Marxist books tell the people to lie and stuff, and it's like the satanic books and the secret society books. I've seen them, digital versions of them, were right in the first page. It said, if you're not an initiate of this fraternal order, then please burn this book, because it's a secret, and it's a secret religion, and they're all in it. It's all an inside joke. They're all laughing at us. We're all victims of it. And unless we conquer our enemies with our minds and with intelligence, then we're going to lose, because it's all rigged. So if there's violence, we're getting shut down. So there cannot be any violence. And, we have to prove that we can keep this republic, this constitutional republic that initiates of the mystery schools went against their masters in Europe, and they created something for us, and we have to keep it. We have to keep the ball, because if we drop the ball, there's nothing left. And that's why the symbol of America and the Constitution and Bill of Rights is so important. Because if we lose that, that's us dropping the ball. That's when the European Illuminati fully takes over, because they're pretty much taken over already, but they haven't fully extended their arm and grip. It's like we sit here to play video games and watch TV and stuff, nothing's ever gonna get done. We're just getting clowned, like straight up clowned. And it's like Lynn Cooper says, if you want to know what's wrong with America, look in the mirror. It's like us. We've dropped the ball. 5 generations before us all let it slip more and more with unconstitutional laws and legislature, which have literally enslaved us in economic slavery. And that it's like the Illuminati knew they couldn't use shackles and chains forever, and so they switched the name of the game. They switched the name of the tune. The Pied Piper Pan started piping its whistle, and fucking all these people are following it. And that we're just sitting here you know, we're gonna get by, and we got to overcome this. I mean, this is our only chance as to survive, is to, you know our enemy, defeat our enemy through knowledge, and you know, that's about all I got to say, basically.
All right. Well, Clint, thank you so much. You sounded great tonight. Love your setup behind you. Love the fact that you're hopping on camera. It definitely adds
We
so
got the
much.
skull and bones.
Yes, yeah, I love that. You know what? I'm keeping my fucking flag. I told people that I was going to get rid of it. I announced it on the show, but now that I see that Clint is doing the same thing, I'm keeping mine. And there we go. Yeah.
The katana, the pirate sword.
Big. Shit, one more time. Let's see that again. Let's see that sword. That's badass. Oh man.
Yeah. If we don't you know, we're gonna have to become pirates if we don't take back this country, you know. If I'm not gonna be a slave. I mean, shit.
Pirates don't follow anybody's rules.
Yeah, it's I mean, we're getting screwed, like straight up royally screwed, and they're bringing in people from all other countries, and they're setting up, you know, something that's very dangerous, where, you know, there's people from other countries in our country who aren't citizens, who are armed, and that, you know, it's just like 10 years ago when in Detroit there was videos that was leaked of the videos that was leaked from extreme Middle Eastern groups that were training, and they were stabbing and shooting mannequins saying "Kill America." You know, that's what's going on. And that, you know, the Illuminati are creating these armies of fucking people from other countries who are eventually it's gonna be the straw that breaks the camel's back, and it's gonna trigger shit that's gonna go crazy, and we need to stop that. Like it needs to be dismantled. The Illuminati plan is happening for the last 5 years in full throttle. You know, I mean, I would highly suggest that you have survival gear, you know, stuff to protect yourself, you know, a plan, you know, get old maps of old railroad tracks, you know, have dirt bikes and quads, a car, you know, some kind of getaway car in case, you know, China or Russia like literally invades and a bunch of, you know, Middle Eastern people. I have no, I got nothing but love for all people of the world. Like, you used to go to Detroit and get this Middle Eastern food that was so good, and the people had pride in the food and stuff. They were real Americans, but they're letting in these people that are, you know, creating absolute chaos.
They're destabilizing us.
Yeah, it's even the hardcore leftists are like, you know, get these people out of my city, you know, in Chicago and New York, you know, and they're all going back on the words that they said. You know, Mark Dice documents it. A number of other YouTubers document it. America Uncovered. It's like it's a total planned out chaos that is, you know, the UN videos on BitChute of UN people handing out money cards to the Mexicans to go to the border. You know, I'm not against people wanting to live in America and stuff, but when it's an engineered thing, you know, that's a different story. And this whole thing, you know, it's being brought about in a you know, in a conspiracy. In law, 2 or more people plotting to violate the law is a legal conspiracy. It is a crime. It's not some kind of joke. It's not a buzzword. You know, they're committing crimes.
Yeah, withdrawing police and protection and allowing an endless flow of instability, creating immigration and things like that. This is all illegal stuff.
Oh yeah,
that they're doing, basically.
It's like you're at the heart of it. I mean, you're there in Seattle, and it's like you know, that's what William Cooper says, where the Russians and the communists will want to create a nation that will secede from America. He says it right in his broadcast, right in his book. You know, that area, Northern California, Oregon, Washington State, that's the ground zero for the communist socialist invasion agenda.
Oh yeah, it's a shithole. It sucks
I mean,
here.
yeah, I'm sure you've seen
Besides
how
illegal pot.
well what's happened to the city in the last 5 years. I mean,
Yesterday I was driving home right from work, and I'm turning onto the street that I live on, and this fentanyl head just like randomly like changes direction and almost just walks right in front of my truck. I almost killed this guy.
Jesus. Yeah, they're straight up
Yeah.
zombies.
But it's like something was controlling him. It's like all of a sudden he like started getting in front of me when he was going the opposite direction a half a second ago.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you've seen the crocodile video, or the what is that other one where the addicts are walking around like zombies in the streets.
No.
There's some kind of drug that is a designer drug coming from China and Russia that it's not the crocodile one, it's Flocka. That's what it is.
Oh, Flocka, yeah.
Yeah, there's videos of people on YouTube or BitChute, especially BitChute got the crazy ones, bitchute.com, and that they look like they're possessed by demons straight up, like crawling on the ground, saying all this weird shit. You know, it's the creepiest shit I've ever seen.
That's like voodoo stuff. Voodoo.
Yeah, I definitely believe that those people are, you know, it's like the ancient Babylonian religion. They use sorcery, and in the Greek, sorcery was pharmacopoeia, which means drugs. They were using drugs to make people embody the spirit, the spirit of the scarlet whore and the demon. You know, the scarlet whore was Isis, the demon days, these demons and their legions of, you know, it's like the religion was describing something that the people of ancient times were trying to describe it, you know, the best they could. And I believe that their description was accurate, and that because I mean, I've got a friend who literally says that voices are in his head and he can't make them stop. And like, it's really messed up.
Mimetic demons, occult mimicry.
Yeah, it's
they're trying to fool him into thinking that they are his own voice of consciousness or his own inner voice, when really it's them. And also they might be pretending to be people around him and in his life as well.
Well, they pretend. Well, it's crazy. The craziest part about it is if you ever seen those ghost videos on YouTube where there's just a hand, just like on the Monsters, you know, or what was that show with the hand? It's like that's not the Munsters, the other one, the Addams family. Yeah. Well, yeah. The person that I know, he claimed that a hand was coming out of the couch and grabbing him and like poking him, and like all I could think of was those
like female hand.
Well, it's like the ghost videos of the ghost hand. You know, it's like it's that's spooky.
Funny.
Like
that's scary.
I think he really is haunted by something, because there's a really, I mean, you know, I gotta try to protect my friend. You know, I'm not gonna let him down or give up on him. You know,
he needs some occult protection.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I don't know what to do to help him.
Burn sage, read the Bible, lesser ritual, the pentagram, imagining circles and force fields and spirits and things that around yourself. Just cultivating chi, stay away from pornography. Lots of things you could do.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like before this ever happened, he had a mutual friend who also claimed that they had voices, and that person died in a car crash, and like it was really bizarre. And like the dude, I questioned him once about the voices in his head, and you know, it's really weird, because it's like every time I've ever questioned somebody that has voices in their head, they won't say exactly what the voices say. And it's like, I'm not sure if it's because it's scary or because it's that there's something else going on, or, you know, or they could be faking it, or, you know,
they'll even do stuff like they'll tell you something that's about to come on the TV or radio, like something that somebody's about to say, just to kind of mess with you. They also do it to get you to trust them. Like they'll tell you things that are going to happen in the future. That way, when they do happen, you begin to listen to them and focus on them more. They have little tricks that they use to keep your focus and attention, and they're really good at it. Like I am completely in the know of these things. I'm aware of them, yet they can still get me because they're that damn manipulative and that damn good.
Yeah, I definitely believe in demonology, and that it's like there's ghost videos where the demons will pretend to be a person, and they'll mimic a voice from around a corner, and that there's, you know, my girlfriend has experienced that where somebody said hello to her in an empty room, or like the like I had a Snoop Dogg CD that I got out of a wrecked Cadillac from a junkyard. In the CD, I was listening to it, and I swear it sounded like there was a demon voice in the background or something. And I just straight up threw the CD out the window because it was really creepy.
Threw it out like a frisbee. Fuck this.
Yeah, it's like Snoop Dogg in his song. He says that he was killed and reborn, and that you know, he says that he sold his soul to the devil or some shit. And it's like, you know, it's a weird thing where, you know, but like Bob Dylan says the same shit. I don't know if Bob Dylan's just playing around or something, because so many of the other ones say it, you know, but like they all say, you know, weird. I don't know if they're just trying to use it as a metaphor or if it is real, you know, but I mean, it's like I was trying to finish a video that I started 10 years ago about the red strings and the Kabbalists, and how they have the red string on their wrists, and the Azazel, and how it was a sacrifice, and how that the celebrities may be known sacrifices to the Azazel demon. You know, it's like it's like how William Cooper insinuates that JFK was a sacrifice to a demon or to Osiris, and that he even suffered the wound of the first degree, which was, you know, the bullet going through his neck.
Yeah, that's interesting. But we're getting to the end of the show, so Clint, I do thank you for coming on. And do you want to plug your social media or anything, or your email, so people that love hearing you can reach you?
Oh, I mean, I would just suggest going to my YouTube and listen to William Cooper, listen to Jordan Maxwell, put Cooper at the top of the list, but Jordan Maxwell, Ralph Epperson has a number of videos. You know, it's incredible. There's so many people out there, but it's like an ocean of stuff, and you know, it's like you got to be careful who you trust out there, because you know, you might fall into the arms of a deception artist like David Icke, or, you know, I mean, David Icke's a tricky story, because Jordan Maxwell started David Icke, and that David Icke kind of stole Zachariah Sitchin and Jordan's work in a way, and then like kind of went off on his own thing, because he was signed up in a contract with Jordan Maxwell, because Jordan Maxwell ran a thing out of Hollywood that was you know, like a film producing agency, and that Jordan Maxwell was legit in Hollywood on a really small scale. But yeah, that's about all. Just listen to William Cooper. You know, if you got questions, comment on the YouTube channel. It's just type in Third World Assassin with no spaces, and it should come up. And you know, if you comment on the video, I'll comment back. You know, just don't spread any hatred or anything, or else I'll just block you. But
nice.
But the William Cooper, I mean, it's like when I was telling Jamie, where 10 years ago she wanted me to come on the Freeman show. Maybe it was like 12 years ago or something, but like she wanted me to come on the Freeman show, the Free Zone, and do a thing about the B'nai B'rith. And I'm like, well, William Cooper already, you know, he hits the nail on the head with his Anti-Defamation League B'nai B'rith episodes. And that, like, you know, because it's about the Illuminati and people pretending to be Jewish when they're not. They're members of the mystery school Illuminati. in that, even in the book of Revelations, it says there will be people who pretend to be Jewish, but they are not. And that, but it's like, I'm not backboning this all on Revelations or anything. This is all modern research that is, continued on into the modern day. Whereas, when the pandemic happened, it was like so much research, like it's like it hit the scale, and it's like, holy crap, the Illuminati is going full pedal. And that, it's like we need to get our asses in gear, and fucking do something. And it's like Wayne Cooper says, the silent majority needs to stand up and be as loud as they possibly can, because if we don't, then we're doomed.
Exactly. All right, buddy. I'm going to let you go now and close out the show. I will talk to you next time. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Later.
And that was Clint Eastwood. Man, was he on fire tonight or what? With the slideshow, and then just lighting up the mic again and again. Becoming a very popular person on this show. Definitely. Along with our buddy Dr. Robert. And let's not forget Todd the Bod, who will be debuting his own segment soon. It's actually going to be a book review segment. It's something we've kind of been talking about for a while. But I'm going to speed through what I have left. The show's going way too long tonight, which is ironic because we have no guest. There's no guest here. Who thought that we could do it, right? But with amazing talent like this, just hanging out, man, it's better, isn't it? It's better. I wanted to just kind of get back into the Antichrist topic again a little bit. We got to remember that there's a sequence that happens here, like the beast is coming first, then the Antichrist comes along, and the first beast will give authority to the second beast, and the second beast will give authority to the Antichrist, something like that, right? I probably don't have it exactly, but what if the beast is the AI, right? And the AI is controlling everything. It's controlling social media. Like, what better way to get people to like this character than to portray him as the Messiah on social media? That's probably exactly how it's going to go down. And this guy is going to walk the earth like Christ would. He's going to walk from city to city, town to town, maybe barefoot. And he's going to have all these people following him. He's going to get more and more popular. We're going to be seeing all kinds of commercials for him. They're going to make little action figures. Hey, it's the Messiah. Get him in the scuba gear, in the Kung Fu grip, that type of thing. Just anything and everything is going to be promoting this guy, right? And he's going to be performing miracles. He's going to be healing people. And I heard, I was doing a little research, watching some videos and things like that. And I heard he's actually going to raise people from the dead. But it's not going to be really them. Like, he'll bring back your cousin Jimmy, right? But it's not going to be really cousin Jimmy, like his spirit. It's going to be a shapeshifted demon. Because remember, demons can shapeshift. So they can cause all kinds of illusions like that. They can become aliens, right? Occult mimicry, mimetic demons. It's an important part of all of this. It's very important. And like he might bring some people back to life for real, like if they just died and their spirit has not moved on. But most of these people that he brings back to life are going to be demons. Also wanted to remind everybody to donate to the show. Oh my God, your donations are so important. This show is continuing to grow so fast. Probably had double the live viewership tonight. It just keeps growing more and more. You guys are loving it. You are loving every second of it. I appreciate you so much, but please, if you can, donate to this show. $5, buy me a cup of coffee, please. $10, buy me some gasoline. $15, keep these lights on and these servers up. $20. Oh man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everybody that has donated in the past. Go to endofdaysradio.com. Click on that donate button. You can use PayPal. You can send Bitcoin, whatever you prefer, but please donate if you can. This show's free. Look at this. We're almost 5 hours of amazing content brought to you from me. All I ask is if you could spare some change for a poor soul here in Seattle, the city of liberal sin. If you could spare a dime, if you could spare a shekel, I would so much appreciate you. Moving on, mind-blowing moment of the day. Bringing out the harmonica. I don't want to wake the neighbors. Blowing my mind. Blowing my mind. Mind-blowing moment of the day. I'm going to say Dr. Robert, when he was going off, when he was talking about Charles Manson, I almost said Marilyn Manson. Charles Manson being involved with the Church of Scientology. We may have talked about that a little bit on past episodes, but man, hearing about that blows my mind. It's just all connected. And to think of how powerful that mind control is that the Church of Scientology is using on people, and how powerful the Manson family mind control was, and the same techniques being used, and you're finding these lost people and converting them and programming them and just taking complete control of their lives. It's terrible, but it's important for us to see those types of comparisons. I'm gonna skip the whole sports segment tonight because we already touched on it earlier. I just kind of want to talk about the possibility of the NFL being scripted and what that means for the world of conspiracy and truth. Man, fantastic show tonight. Fantastic show. This is the type of show that we want to do, right? We don't have to have a guest. It's cool when we do. We'll have one next week. We'll have plenty of great upcoming guests. But I do want to keep promoting this live show. It's fine if you listen on Spotify. It's fine if you listen on podcasts on your iPhone, whatever and however you listen to the show. If you listen to the 24/7 live stream, which is also you can find on Spotify. I appreciate you doing that. This is a great radio show. It's great to listen to this while you're doing other things, especially since it's so long. But if you can make it to our live show, we're usually on Fridays, sometimes Saturdays, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Check me out on social media, Twitter at Ninja Shoes. I'm always putting up, promoting things on there. Go to endofdaysradio.com. You can get a list of when the shows are, but usually it's going to be like a Friday from like 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, around that time frame. Sometimes Saturday. We got to do mornings for certain guests that are in the UK, things like that. But pay attention. All you really need to do is subscribe on YouTube and set a notification to tell you when this show is going live, and it will ding for you, and you'll know when I'm coming up live on YouTube, and you can watch, and you can watch on Twitter too. We're live on Twitter and perhaps more places soon. We'll see about that. But I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. I can't say that I don't think about this show all week and doing the show. It's so much for me. It's an escape from the terrible, terrible world out there, and the pain of life. And I appreciate you listening. I appreciate seeing this show grow every week, and this audience grow, and just more and more people coming. Skate and Destroy says, I wonder where Charlie was tonight. I'm sure he's moved on to another show. I'm sure he's moved on to calling Joe Rogan or God knows who. Supposedly he roams the internet and searches for live shows so he can impart his wisdom upon them and talk about their pets. I doubt he'll come back here because this isn't his type of show. It's like over his head, maybe. He's not woke enough. He hasn't opened his third eye like we have. He hasn't ascended. He hasn't achieved gnosis. He has not received the illumination. He has not played the pan flute. Okay. I'm way too high to be doing this show still. I love you guys. Have a good night. Signing out from that itty gritty shitty, glistening, shimmering Emerald City. I'm Daniel. This is End of Days Radio. I'm so thankful for you. Please have a great night. Good night.